Welcome, everybody, all you amazing people, to the Global Entrepreneur Summit 2021. My name is Jason Mark Campbell. I will be your MC, your guide, a fellow student coming through this journey with you on these 2 amazing days where we're going to cover so much amazing content. I just can't wait to get started. And if some of you have been on this page, you might have a chance to see what slides are coming up. You might be excited about the agenda we have today, but I know from the content that I know is coming up, this is going to be a mind-blowing session for each and every one of you who are joining us. Today, we're going to have the one and only Roger Hamilton, who's also going to be with us and hosting us throughout this session. And what I want to do before we get started is just show you a few things that you should be aware of as you're going to be going through the session today. So as you're watching my screen, you might be seeing yourself like a similar screen, playing a bit of Inception here, but where you're watching the video, the most important thing to know is there's an area here that you can post your comments, and we are going to be rewarding your engagement very highly. And I would love for all of you to give a test on how this works by saying hi. My name is Jason Mark Campbell, and I'm living in Bali from Canada. And if you have a chance to share with us where you are, where you're from, this will be a great way to just get started so you know how this commenting system works. You just go ahead and post it, and you will see we already have some engagement here. So I'll say hi to Chelsea, Suraj, Peter, Samarth, Yvette, and whenever you're here, you can always click on this button to load the new comments. So we have 6 comments here, and there you go. We just tripled. We're here at 18. So keep using this feature. We love to see you interact. And throughout the session, my job is going to be to read out your comment, work with the team behind the scene to make sure that your best questions get brought forward throughout this summit, because we want this to be interactive. The more interactive we can be when we are in these learning experiences, the more we get to retain. And so if you're looking for more tools to assist you, we're going to be watching here, but if you go slightly below, you'll see some resources are available for you. Grab the booklet, download the slides if you want to follow along. There's more information about a plan template, which we'll talk about later, as well as some information on how to join these micro degrees. And if you are curious about what this GEM VIP Fast Track program is, don't worry, we're going to talk about it later. Might be even a few prizes coming along the way as well. And so, to get us started today, really what we want to do is understand that we're living in exponential times. It is moving fast, and change has become the new constant. And so I'm excited about the curriculum we have today, as Roger's going to walk us through what is happening in the world. How do we best prepare? What is our responsibility as entrepreneurs, and how can we take best advantage? Because if we're not prepared, it can feel fearful. And we want to make sure that everybody here understands is we're spending 2 days together. Thank you for being with us. You're going to learn why this does not need to be feared. Instead, it should be looked forward to, because opportunities are coming just as much. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Mr. Roger Hamilton, he is the founder of Genius Group, Genius U, Entrepreneurs Institute, Entrepreneurs Resort. He's the creator of Entrepreneur Dynamics and has trained over 1.7 million entrepreneurs and students to find their flow. And you're going to be some of these students going into a deeper journey with us today. Roger, welcome, and thank you so much for hosting this event for us.
Very good to be here, Jason, and hi to everyone who's here. Very excited about the next 2 days and what we're going to go through. And what I'm going to do is just, well, thanks for the intro also, and just giving everyone a chance to see how they can all get involved as well. So I'm going to do 2 things. The first one is just let everyone know we are actually going to make this interactive, and we're going to have some prizes today as well. So there is a prize, which is going to be for the most active and engaged in both quantity and quality, most active engaged in the chat. So we're looking for questions from you. We're looking for you to be interacting with others as well. And Jason, do you want to just share what is going to be the prize we're going to be giving away first at the break, which is in about 2 hours time, and then another one at the end of the entire 4-hour session?
Yes, so most of you are going to be going on an entrepreneurial path, and what was put together is actually the opportunity for you to get one-on-one guidance on how you can get more clarity on how you want to move forward in your journey. You're going to discover so many things over the next 2 days about what opportunities lie ahead. This is going to be a private consultation effort for you to get more clarity on how to move forward, with a ton of bonuses that are going to be included as well. It's going to be super exciting for those of you who get a chance to participate in that. So read more about it by scrolling below, and you will notice that whoever's the lucky winner is not going to be the only one to go through this session. You'll all have a chance to participate, and I'm excited for those of you who are going through it, because wow, after just seeing these slides, Roger, I know opportunities are coming. Can be slightly overwhelming, but getting someone to give you that clarity and give you a pathway is going to be a powerful step to take. So I'm excited for the person who's going to get a chance to win this right after the break.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to ask everyone, we're going to get started straight away with posting from everyone, which is a question. And I'm going to ask this question of you, Jason, as well. And because we're going to be going through what are the top 10 trends which are going to impact the coming decade the most, like over the next 10 years. So the question I'm going to start with isn't what you're going to do in 10 years. It's going to be, what were you doing 10 years ago? 10 years ago was basically 2011. We were just a year coming out of the whole global financial crisis. Jason, 2011, 10 years ago, where were you and what were you doing?
I believe I was in West Canada. I was a real estate investor in American real estate, which
Uh-huh.
is fascinating to think because that has nothing to do with what I'm doing now. But I
Right.
learned so many skills back then that actually were transferable, but I did not know what journey I was on. And to know where I am now, it's like I could never have predicted this path.
And the first time we met was, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago in KL, because at that point you actually had moved out to Malaysia and you were working with Mind Valley. And then from there, now you basically have moved out to Bali and continued on your journey. Would you have had any idea 10 years ago you'd be doing what you're doing today?
Zero. Like, I mean, the technologies, you know what fascinates me? I don't know if this is part of your slides, but like to think of some of the major technologies we take for granted today didn't exist 10 years ago. And I
Right.
don't even know what's the version of iPhone that was out 10 years ago, but it was not the iPhone I have now, that's for sure. Um,
It was iPhone 3. It just came out. iPhone 3 and iPad had just launched in 2010. So it was and people were like just picking up iPads for the first time.
it's
Unbelievable,
it's
right?
it's fascinating to think like going back in 10 years, but then what is even equally fascinating is understanding that this is exponential because you know, if I'm thinking 10 years before that, I don't think as many change happened as in the last 10 years. I can't even predict what's happening in the next 10. And I know some of the elements we're talking about are buzzwords that I'd love to bring up are things like, you know, blockchain, cryptocurrency, AI, metaverse is being like shouted through every corner right now. And I'm just wondering, like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this information? But
Yep.
at the same time, online education, you know, coaching, mentoring, building businesses in the way that we're doing it now, using Zoom, that didn't exist 10 years ago, but I wasn't worried about it then.
Mhm.
So it kind of evolved naturally. So there's a part of me that has acceptance. There's a part of me that's curious. So it's an interesting time, to be honest.
Absolutely. Very cool. All right. Well, everyone, I'm asking you all the same question as well, which is, what were you doing 10 years ago? Please post it in the chat. I'm going to come over to the chat now to get started. And Jason, I'll bring you in after each of the waves, because just so everyone knows, what we're going to do is we're going to break up today into 5 of the big waves coming. And then tomorrow we're going to do the same as well. We have some amazing guests that are going to come join us as well. And you're going to see as we go through the whole session that on each one of the ways, there's practical application of what you can do with this as well. And we'll be discussing it, and we'll pull up some of the questions that pop up after each wave as well. So do be posting as we go. But thank you very much, Jason. I'm going to jump right into it. Okay, awesome. Here is my screen, first of all, and I am just going to do a quick refresh and just see some of the things that already people are posting on here. We have here, Rich, 10 years ago, I was planning to move back to Zimbabwe with my family and would be trillionaires in Zimbabwe dollars at least. That's great. We've got here people saying hi from different places. We've got Michelle saying 10 years ago I was leading talent dynamics in the UK. That's right. Like, we didn't even have a lot of the companies that we have today. We've got different people here, like 11-year-old in a tiny apartment in Staten Island. So I guess 10 years ago, Jay, you had a 1-year-old at that point as well. And so do keep posting here, because here's the point. There's no question we're going to be somewhere different 10 years from now. The real question is it going to be a place which is accidental or a place which is deliberate? And this is the most important thing, right? Because like 10 years ago, Elon Musk had no money. And that point, like, it was actually in the winter of 2011 when he basically was like thinking, I'm not going to get past Christmas without something changing. And it was actually at that point, 10 years ago, he got a last minute reprieve from the government saying, okay, we're going to actually help you sponsor SpaceX. And then, of course, everything then took off and he got the funding from Tesla, but it all could have gone totally the other way. But he just had such a purpose of where he's going. So however tough things are for you right now, whatever challenges you've got, do realize that, like, you know, the worst that can happen is you just basically are at zero and starting again. And sometimes that's the best thing that can happen. I really hope that from today and tomorrow, you really get inspired by the fact the biggest companies in the next 10 years are ones that haven't even been created yet. They're the ones that are getting created right now. And that's what's very, very exciting. You're going to see we're recreating everything that we're doing as well. And as I go through these slides, you'll see exactly why that is. So what's going to lead us, first of all, into our first of our ways, because I'm going to jump right into it, is with this question, where were you 10 years ago? 10 years ago was the very, very first what we at that point called Fast Forward Your Business event we ran, which was the very first time I gave the 10 biggest trends coming our way. And they included cryptocurrencies, they included virtual reality, they included the space travel that now we're seeing all around us. At that point, Bitcoin had just been invented and Bitcoin was at around 6 cents. So, and that I said, guys, you should be buying Bitcoin. So imagine if you'd actually taken action 10 years ago when we first said that. I was living in Bali, just like Jason is now. And we basically were already joking about the fact we may only be doing this for 1 year, because as you remember, the end of the world was coming in December 2012. So this was 2011, 1 year before the end of the world was predicted. And we're like, well, at least maybe we'll get 1 year in. And then, of course, we just saw everything massively change in the world. And all the things that we were predicting then, which included things like crowd sharing, we were saying there's new companies that just got launched, like Airbnb, like Uber, that were going to be the whole new economy, where we were no longer just going to be sharing comments on Facebook. We were going to be sharing commerce online. And that's all now started to happen at the most incredible rate. We talked about how artificial intelligence is going to start to grow and that there's something called the singularity that's coming. We're now even closer to that than ever before. So what we're actually seeing in the world today are the things we already were predicting. What you're going to see in the next 10 years will be the things we're predicting. And the reason I call myself a futurist is I really believe all entrepreneurs are futurists, because we have to have a view of what's happening in the future. And this is not about some kind of fortune telling. It's about realizing if you're a good surfer, you can sense what the next waves are going to be, and you know which ones you should be surfing. So this is very, 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 very key for all of us. Don't worry about your past. Think about your future and the future we're about to step into. Just to give you another bit of a sense in terms of where I was in terms of the things that I cared about and the things that I was involved in. If I just go to my site right now, let me just show you some of the before and after. Yes, I was in Bali with our resort, so I already had that. If I go down, I was not a New York Times bestselling author. This only happened in 2014. All of the different things I have here in my story about being a social entrepreneur, I was already that. But everything here in terms of Genius Group started after we actually launched our series of events. Entrepreneur Resource did exist, and Entrepreneurs Institute did exist, but they didn't exist as part of this entire group. And we certainly weren't calling ourselves an edtech company at that time as well. Right. So all of these different elements, like we hadn't had a public listing of an Entrepreneur Resource company at that point. I did have Work Dynamics, Talent Dynamics, but they were much more just tools on their own. I didn't have a YouTube channel at that point. And my mission was the same mission, which is why your why is the most important aspect of what you do right now. But the what, the who, the when, and the how, expect it all to change today. That you're actually thinking in a very different way about how could you recreate the things that you're actually doing right now as well. I was meeting people back then. Like, for example, I was part of the Clinton Global Initiative. This happened in 2011, where we were talking about how we can make a difference in the world. The CGI, Clinton Global Initiative, does not exist anymore. It actually disbanded after basically it had all of the challenges with the Hillary Clinton running for office as well. And the likes of people like Larry Page, he's no longer working for Google. He's working for Alphabet. They changed the entire name of their company. Here is the two founders, Steve Chen and Chris Hurley, the founders of YouTube. They were at that point about to sell to Google, which they've now done. And of course, YouTube is an entire force where you've got people making billions of dollars compared to what they were making before. And we were sharing right back then, 10 years ago, these are the trends that are going to come. There's going to be things like connected cars, smart homes. There's going to be things like smart cities and a sharing economy. All these things are now happening at the most incredible value. There's going to be this thing called Money 2.0, which is actually what we called it back then. It wasn't called cryptocurrency at that time, but it's just a whole new way of money. And we've just seen how much this new economy has turned into a $3 trillion economy now, which didn't exist 10 years ago. So things I'm going to be sharing with you are so important, and for you to be able to translate each of these in terms of what that means for you. So wave number one, this one here is a new word, a new phrase that we're using that we weren't even using 6 months ago. The great reignition. And the great reignition is about the fact that while everyone is talking about the great resignation, which is what people are leaving, which are jobs which are not meaningful or jobs which actually don't give people fulfillment, they're actually moving away from what they're leaving. And what's more important is not what they're leaving, because everyone's exodusing the Titanic. What's more important is what they're moving towards. So at the same time that you have this great resignation, you have this thing here, which is this big curve that's happening, which are people starting up their own companies. It's people actually starting new things in new ways. And we're actually like launching into our entire next year to really support and serve all of those who are becoming entrepreneurs, or all of those who are actually creating new ventures with this whole new startup. Think about us moving now towards an entirely new world, just like when Europe first actually discovered America and then started creating a whole new world in America. we're doing exactly the same thing right now with this next stage of our entire economy. And you're going to see just how quickly this is moving, like just by staking your ground, how quickly you can get into the millions in terms of not just income, but also in terms of impact. Yeah, let me just show you, a couple of slides to give you a sense of just how important this is right now. Here is, first of all, I think I've got some slides here, so I'll just drop this down for a second. And start with this one here. Pandemic fuels global growth of entrepreneurship and startup frenzy. So this is actually straight from Forbes magazine. You can see that this is like from earlier this year, where it's already talking about the different reports, and there's links to all these reports. There's a McKinsey's report here. There's a report from the Financial Times, which actually gives all the stats. Japan has basically reports of just record-breaking numbers of people starting new companies. So if you happen to be supporting the people that are doing this, those new entrepreneurs or those who want to be entrepreneurs, just like we are, we don't see a resignation happening at all. In fact, we see record growth happening. So if you find that you're at the moment having a tough time finding the right people, this is not because those people aren't doing something. It's because what you're doing, frankly, isn't meaningful enough. It's not attractive enough for people to actually be not resigning from. So be asking yourself, am I reigniting people? Am I giving people a chance to reignite? Or am I giving people a reason to resign? And if you actually start deciding which side of the fence you're going to be on, that should be already your first decision in terms of where you're going. By the way, as I go, I'm going to be dropping these different links in the chat. So that way, you can see in full, in real time. So you can see I've already just dropped that link in here. And we're going to make this a very interactive thing where I'm going to be posting all the time as I go as well. Yeah, let's take a second example. This one here. Millions become millionaires during the COVID pandemic. I mean, I actually did not expect this to come, right? So for all of my ability to share what I think is going to happen, I actually thought as soon as we actually were closing down economies that we were going to see a crash. What I didn't expect was that governments would be printing so much money and being so irresponsible that that money would have to flow to someone, and it flowed to those who actually knew what to do with that money. So as you can see here, 5 million people became millionaires around the world. 5 million. I mean, think about that. You've got 300 days in the year. If you've got 5 million, that means that every single day, there's over 15,000 people becoming millionaires every day. 15,000. Like, that's nuts. It's like almost 1,000 per waking hour. So if you actually start saying, well, that's happening every single hour, and so why are you not on that trip if you're not? And the fact is that all across the world, we're seeing this happening. And you can see just how much the growth is going to continue, right? This is not something which is slowing down, because there is an entirely new economy which allows you to ride that wave. And if you're still stuck trying to figure out what you should be doing to make your millions, now's the time to actually just be following those who are actually doing it. And I'm going to show you each of these waves. There are many, many, many people who are surfing as we go as well. I'm going to give you just one more of these slides, which is this one here. The number of millionaires continues to increase. This actually gives you the full reporting, country by country, exactly how this is working. And the fact that we're getting this wealth gap, which continues to grow bigger and bigger, unfortunately. But I believe that we're going to see it closing as well. And you're going to see exactly why, because a lot of the people making the money are actually then helping others in a way that was not possible before by using some of the different ways coming, which includes cryptocurrencies, which includes the metaverse. So we're going to kind of see exactly how that happens. So if you don't want to just create income, you want to create impact, we're going to show you exactly how that works right now. And it is a different language. It's a different way to be thinking about the world right now as well. But one extra thing I want to just share as well about this first wave, which is really important before we get into the actual tools or vehicles that are used in this wave, which is that this is something we were predicting several years ago, and it's now happening at speed. Every one of the other ways I'm going to share with you are all linked to this whole concept of Society 5.0. So any of you who've been around in our community, you know we've been talking about this. For those of you who are new, you're going to get up to speed on this very quickly. And it's very important that you do, because this requires a change in mindset and, frankly, a change in how we operate with each other. So I was explaining this several years ago that the Japanese had come up with this whole concept called Society 5.0, where they said that every time there was a change in technology, it was followed by a change in human behavior. So, for example, when we had the technology to have hunting tools thousands of years ago, it changed our behavior from all working on our own to then being nomadic tribes. And the number one way that we operated as a community was in these tribes. And we were nomadic. We would travel around to wherever the animals were, because the animals were traveling around. And then what happened more like about 1,500 years ago was we started realizing that we could have the tools not to go hunting as much as tools to be farming. And that's when we said, hey, maybe we shouldn't be traveling around in nomadic tribes. Maybe we should be just hanging out together in villages. And those villages should be where the farms are. And we went through over 1,000 years where the village was the model of humanity. And we, as a result of that, had a different way that we actually connected, and we had a sense of place as well as a sense of community. Then came along, only a couple of hundred years ago, the industrial society, where we said, look, we've now got new technology like electricity, like factories, which means we don't need to be in the farms, we can be in the cities. In fact, it's better to be in a city that has a port, whether it is a seaport or whether it is an airport, which allows us to connect with other cities around the world. And we started to think globally, but still with the city as being the base. And when that happened, industrial society took off. And that then went all the way to the last 30 years when we moved to 4.0, the information society. And that's when we said, you know what? We don't actually even need to be in the city. We just need to be connected to the internet and connected to each other. And we can actually build global communities. And we've seen that accelerate to the level that anyone who didn't get that, the ones who are still commuting for an hour each way to actually have a job in an office, with the pandemic, they've realized, actually, we don't even need that. We can all be online. But that isn't the realization in terms of the beginning of 4.0. It's the end of 4.0. It's when people go, yeah, we can do that, but it's actually not very fulfilling if we're not actually seeing each other. We're just connecting on Zoom. And that's why 5.0 is now taking off like crazy this year. So everything we hear about the metaverse, everything we hear about new economies is about 5.0. It's about the fact that we actually have got a digital layer which allows us to physically connect with each other. And we're just seeing the very, very beginning of it, as I'm going to share with you. And I'm going to share with you what's about to come. And if you're not positioning yourself right for this, then you're missing the easiest times it is to get into it, which is right now, when you've got less than 0.001% of the world that are actually part of this right now. So 5.0 is not the information society, it's the imagination society, that you're only limited by your own imagination in terms of what's possible, that you don't need to be a techie. You don't need to be, some nerd that knows how to actually build a cryptocurrency. You just need to understand community. You need to understand value and how you deliver value to others using all the new tools that are coming our way. So this is already something which was a really important part of our world leaders getting together, talking about Society 5.0, talking about how it links to the United Nations development goals. And with these different goals that we actually had set, it also went through how all the challenges that we had in 4.0, let's say, for example, like all the challenges you're seeing in terms of conflict, which comes from separation. It's about how 5.0 is about unity, where we all are kind of tired of that. And this is really important because if you're trying to fix the old, you won't move to the new. So instead of us being worried about being separated by our differences, we should be thinking about how we're united by our uniqueness, that we are different, but it's because we're unique from each other that unites us more by having teams which are diverse, rather than basically kind of like trying to put up wars between ourselves. And we're seeing this in terms of the difference of the wealth gap compared to linked to the wealth effect. And we're seeing this in all different aspects where we ourselves are not waiting for the governments, which clearly have lost their way together with the media, but that we're actually moving to a whole new world. So we're going to be sharing with you exactly how you spend your time focusing on the new world, not the old world. A story that I used to give the very first time that we ran the Fast Forward, I gave the story of what happened 100 years ago at the beginning of the turn of the century, when they had their first city conference. And they said the biggest issue they had was horse manure. Right? At that point, they had this thing which was called the manure crisis, where they said that because of the number of people coming into cities at that time, which was the issue that the Industrial Revolution was creating, at that point, they had already calculated, the Times of London had calculated that the number of horses that would be required to actually look after everyone in the city would mean that we'd all be under 10 feet of manure, right? Because there wasn't the actual kind of like, cleaning systems for all of that horse poo. Well, guess what? At that exact same time, there were companies out there that were starting to actually build cars. And within 10 years, the problem was gone because the horses weren't on the streets anymore. The same thing is happening now when we talk about the crisis of, the government's printing money, the crisis of, the conflicts that are happening in the world, the crisis of what's happening in terms of how we all want to be more successful, but there's this wealth gap that's taking place, that we're actually getting restrictions by governments. That's all going to go within 10 years because we're not going to be having those same systems around in 10 years' time, like unbelievably. But in the same way, back then, it would have been unbelievable to think we wouldn't have horses because we'd had them for 1,000 years. And then suddenly it all changed. So I'm going to be sharing with you a different way to be thinking about the world, and a way that the new is easier to grasp now than ever before, and how all of us can actually be a part of it by thinking of this effectively like a new renaissance, where all the things can be possible together. So the whole point of Entrepreneur 5.0, which is the idea of you being an entrepreneur within Society 5.0. And when I first started talking about this, some of you are like, okay, I think I'm getting it. Hopefully now you are going to really get it, that it comes down to 5 elements that all link together. And those elements, first of all, are the 3 that actually are about your upper body, is about how you are focusing at the world, where in 4.0, you actually had to choose between insight, impact, or income. If you chose insight, where you said, look, I want to live a life on my terms where I get the freedom of what I want to do, then you probably would have been something like a digital nomad. This is very much like what I was doing. It's what Jason, has met a lot of people in Bali that are like this. They're like, I want to have my freedom. But the challenge at that point was, for a lot of people being digital nomads, they said, yeah, I've got my freedom, but I can't really have as much income as if I was in a place like Silicon Valley, where I had a tech startup where I could be worth billions of dollars, because there aren't a lot of digital nomads that are worth $1 billion, because you need to be in one place where the money is. So you got to give up other things to actually be where the money is. And similarly, if you really want to have the impact and like make a difference in the world, then it probably isn't going to be chilling out on a beach. It's probably going to be in India or Africa or somewhere where you're going to have to give up some of those creature comforts, right? And that's what a social entrepreneur is called. So we were all choosing between, are we really an entrepreneur like a digital nomad, or with insight, or like, social entrepreneur with impact, or like a tech startup with income? What's happened today is that we're seeing companies that do all three. I count myself as one. I know Jason counts himself as one as well, that we say, you know what, there's no reason we can't have $1 billion business where we're making income, and at the same time impact 1 billion people where we're having impact, plus also live the lifestyle we want to live. And we're seeing many people now figuring out the ways to do that. I have friends on YouTube that do this, where they're making millions on YouTube and they can travel around the world, but they're making a difference in what they do as well. And it's because there are now leverage mechanisms that didn't exist 10 years ago that we can now use to ensure we do all of these things. A lot of the people in the cryptocurrency space, for example, Vitalik Buterin, who is the founder of Ethereum, he spent the entire COVID pandemic in Singapore, where he was able to actually grow Ethereum into what is now a multiple billion-dollar ecosystem. And he's doing it just chilling out in Singapore, right? So you can be wherever you want to be while also being able to actually have the income and impact. And the way we do it is, as we can see down here, through high tech and high touch. It's no longer about whether you're an online business or an offline business. Even the likes of Amazon is buying into offline programs. Tesla is as much offline as it is online, where we're enhancing the world that we live in instead of making the online world a distraction. A lot of people misunderstand what metaverse is because they think it's us distracting ourselves even more with like VR goggles on, instead of what I'm actually going to show you is the real power of using this as a digital layer, which is a really key part of this as well. And all of this links to this one concept, which I will come back to every single time to begin and end my 10 steps, which is Buckminster Fuller's concept of the final exam. And the final exam, I'm going to say it again, because those of you who know me know that this is the driver that got me into being an entrepreneur over like 30 years ago. And it was when I was at architecture school in Cambridge and I heard about Buckminster Fuller for the first time. I've been super lucky since then to meet all the people in the Bucky Institute, to be around the people that were his understudies. And then here, even though I never met him personally because I was too young at the time, to hear those who actually were around him share all of their knowledge about how he was. He was a true visionary. He was a futurist. And he said, even back there in the 70s, that he said we had enough technology to solve all the world's problems. The way he was so smart at just making things simple. And he said that all of the world's greatest challenges are simply distribution challenges. He said, poverty is not because we don't have enough money. We got more than enough money. It's just not distributed effectively. So some people have all of it and other people have none of it. Education isn't because we don't have enough teachers or we don't have enough knowledge. We just haven't distributed the education in a way that everyone can actually access it. And he said, same thing with food, for example, like hunger isn't because we don't have enough food. We've got food mountains in the world today, but that doesn't stop the fact that it doesn't distribute to all the right people in the right way. He says the one key thing that technology is best at is distribution. And he said, we already have enough technology that already allows us to access all of the world's challenges and solve them all. And the only reason we haven't isn't because of technology. It's because of our human consciousness. It's about the fact that we haven't actually got our consciousness to a level where we're actually thinking in the right way to solve these problems, largely because most governments are thinking just about their own thing and then fighting other governments, or we ourselves in our companies are just thinking about our own thing and not collaborating with others in a way that we could. And he says that we are now in the final exam. And the final exam is one in which technology continues to accelerate, as we're seeing, and we have to be accelerating our human consciousness to catch up with that technology to be able to harness it. The final exam is the final exam because if we pass, we'll solve all the world's problems, right? And I see parts of the world, and you're going to hear with these 10 waves, We have more tools now than ever to do this. And there's more people using those tools now than ever to do this. But there's also the possibility that we'll fail the exam. And failing the exam is what happens when technology continues to accelerate beyond our ability to catch up, and eventually it will destroy us. We've seen people like Elon Musk, we've seen people like Stephen Hawking already warn about AI, about the fact that if we don't control this technology as it's growing, it will destroy us. And we are at that point where this really truly is final, in that if we actually get destroyed, of course, we're not even around to be able to correct ourselves after that. And I remember when I first heard that, I was so shocked about the fact, is this going to happen in my lifetime? And then I took this as a responsibility myself to say, well, I'm not going to be sitting around, after Armageddon with my great grandchildren, if they happen to survive, looking back and like saying, well, my great grandfather was around at that time. Why didn't he do something about it? And that's why I, in fact, focused no longer at building buildings, but started to build communities, build companies where it was all about human consciousness rather than the technology. And that's what this is about right now as well. How can you lift your consciousness to the level which enables you to also harness what I'm about to share? Because at every level, we're going to be talking about superhumans as much as superhuman AI. So this is about your ikigai. Are you doing what you love? Are you doing what the world needs? Are you doing what you can get paid for? And are you doing what you're good at, right? This is the most fundamental part. I'm going to come back to this in a moment, right? But do know that we do have our passion test, which is all about what you love. We do have our purpose test linked to the United Nations Global Goals, which is to do with what the world needs. We do have the wealth dynamic system, which is to do with what you're good at. And we also have got the levels of the lighthouse, which is what you can be paid for. So if you're new to our community, know that these are all free tools that allow you to have assessments on Genius U that you can go ahead and take. So don't worry if you don't know all the details right now. Just know that our whole focus is not about you just surfing a wave. It's about you having a surfboard that can surf every wave. And your surfboard is your ikigai. The stronger and harder it is, the more clear you are about it, and the more solid it is, the more you can surf any wave. But if you aren't clear about these areas, this is where you need to start, right? Just like with the Renaissance, it starts with self-awareness. And from self-awareness, you can then get self-mastery and then fully self-expression, which is really what your business is all about. One little taster about this, by the way, is that one thing very exciting that we're doing as part of the Great Reignition, and we'll kind of share more about this over the next 2 days, is we've done a total upgrade of Wealth Dynamics into Wealth Dynamics 5.0. You'll see that all of these are brand new faces here around Wealth Dynamics, and every single one of them had no money 10 years ago, or very little money, no more than you or I, right? Like basically 10 years ago, they were all pretty much just starting up. At that point, Vitalik Buterin, the mechanic here, he was basically, he didn't even have enough money to even buy one Bitcoin. He was basically like earning $1.50 an hour, writing blogs about Bitcoin. That was 10 years ago. And then he actually created Ethereum in like 2013. And now he's a billionaire. Elon Musk had no money, right? Now he's the richest man in the world. Each one of these different people that we have here have got a counterpart. So whereas a creator like Elon Musk, the counterpart is Kathy Wood, a trader. Some of you know about ARK Invest if you followed us and what we did like 10 years ago. She was just basically working as a broker. Now she's got like a multiple $billion fund trading in all of the companies like Elon Musk that are on exponential technologies. Two people that everyone will know if you watch Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary and Laurie Greener, they're the opposite of each other, right? Laurie will look at things and say, well, how can I promote that as a star? Kevin will look at it and say, how can I create cash flow out of that as an accumulator, right? And then you've got like two people who are the wealthiest in the world, Mukesh Ambani, richest man in India, Yang Huiyan, richest woman in China, and they make their money in totally opposite ways. One through leadership, where it's all about the people, one through property, where it's all about the cash flow. And then two people also who made their money in totally different ways that 10 years ago were really having no money at all. Susan Wojcicki, who basically is the head of YouTube, doing deals with all the stars, compared to Vitalik Buterin. So I'm just going to share that like we are always upgrading the things that we're doing as we go as well. And with that, let me just ask you all to score your ikigai, right? So just come back to ikigai for a moment. And here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to get a piece of paper or just do it on like, your mobile phone or calculator, whatever you like, and just answer these 4 questions. And we're going to add up the number. The first question is, if you were to score on a 0 to 10 scale, the level to which you are currently living your passions, which means every day you're doing the things that you love to do, whether it's in your job or in your life, so that at the end of the day, you're more energized than the beginning of the day. That's the definition of passion, is that each hour you're doing it, you're in more energy, as opposed to things that you aren't passionate about, where each hour you do it depletes your energy, right? So to what extent are you actually doing what you love? 0 to 10 scale, right? Just give yourself a score, right? Like if it's low, give it 2 or 3. If it's high, give it 8 or 9. Okay, secondly, right, you're going to give a second number. Second number is what extent are you actually doing what the world needs, what your mission is, right? What your purpose is. You know when you're doing the things that are your purpose because they pull you instead of passion, which pushes you. So to what extent are you saying, I'm doing what's most meaningful in my life? That's what's going to keep you persevering in tough times, even more than the passion. And on a 0 to 10 scale, to what extent, whatever it is that you think, and I feel that I have no idea what my purpose is, or I kind of know it, but I'm not doing anything about it right now, then you're going to score low. If you go, I am so on purpose, right? Like I'm doing all the right things, even if you're not passionate about all the things because you haven't organized your team in the right way. So you're doing some things you're not passionate about, but you go, but I'm definitely on purpose, right? What's your score again, 0 to 10? Come up with a different score. Check out those two scores and see which one is the higher one of those two right now. Third question is if you take another score, which was what you're good at, which is your talents. You know when you're living your talents because things get attracted to you. Just like if you're in a game of football and you're in the zone, everyone's kicking you the ball, right? So, you know, it's like, wow, the moment you're actually in flow, doing what you love to do, everyone goes, hey, can you help me out? Or what about this opportunity? The less you're doing your things that you're talented at, or the things that aren't the things that you are best at, that's when you are out of talent. Now, a lot of us, we do admin work, we do our emails. They're frankly not things we really should be doing. And all the most successful people I know almost don't do any emails at all anymore because that's not where their time is best used, right? So what is your talent and to what extent are you actually every day saying no to the things you shouldn't be doing and automating or outsourcing them and saying yes to the things that you should be doing because they really are your talents and they make your flow like allow you to attract the people around you, right? That all the best talent gets attracted to the best talent. So on that third one, what are you good at? 0 to 10 scale. How much are you living that today? And then the final one is what you can be paid for. Are you actually getting paid your worth right now? Should you be getting paid more based on what you're seeing other people getting paid? And if you're your own boss, you're probably not paying yourself enough. So ask yourself that question, like on a 0 to 10 scale, to what extent am I actually getting paid my worth right now? And put yourself down a score in a 0 to 10 on that as well. Okay, you've got 4 numbers now. Add all 4 numbers together. And when you have all 4 numbers together, post them in the chat, right? Again, like I said, we're giving a prize for whoever is most active today. And we'd love to see just what your current score is. Don't worry about having a low score. I mean, that just means you've got room for improvement, but basically see where you're at right now and just kind of get a sense. Do you think that you've improved this year or has it gone down? Has it gone the other way? And ask yourself, well, what do I want it to be a year from now? And the most important thing that I can be asking of each of you right now is regardless of what knowledge I give you, the most important thing is direction, which isn't all the knowledge because you can take all the knowledge and do nothing with it. But the direction is what action you take out of it. And if you were to say, okay, I really hope that over the next 2 days, I find a way to take my passion from 6 to 8, for example, or I find a way to take my purpose from like 3 to 7, or I find a way to actually change what I'm getting paid for from 5 to 7. Don't try and do all of them, but just pick one that's going to be one you're going to focus at. And believe me, that focus is going to allow you to actually have actionable steps that come out of everything that I share. So I'm going to come over to Jason for a moment. And Jason, let's just talk for a few minutes about either just your your reaction to what I was sharing, and maybe even what you see your Ikigai as right now. And then if there are some questions that you think are questions worth us covering right now that will help everyone listening, let's do that as well.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation. So fantastic. And what I love about the way you share it too is that you talked about how there's like corruption in government and in the media, and it seems like everything we hear, it's negative, it's doomsday, it's fear-based, and it kind of blocks even your perception of identifying opportunities in the midst of the chaos, right? And so when I listen to a presentation like this, it's like, hey, wait a second, there's something else happening besides what the majority are talking. And we kind of hear it, but we forget to kind of put that opportunistic or at least that opportunity mindset. And this is what I love the most about this presentation. I have to say, I did the Ikigai test and I already put it in the chat. So everybody else, make sure you're adding it to the chat because I'm taking the time to do the exercise too. I feel overly optimistic, Roger, but I did rate myself a 36. But it's like, I feel like I'm on the right pathway. There's definitely some areas like on the income side, of course, I want to make more, but I feel like I'm putting together the right steps to be on that right pathway. And knowing that I have guides like you around, it just like, it makes me realize that, hey, I think I'm seizing these opportunities the right way because I'm being informed, I'm being put up to date with what's happening. And I think that's a big testament to being a learner.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, let me share something about your 36 score, right? At the same time as some of the scores of those that are actually sharing at the moment here. I'm just going to do a quick refresh here as well, but you can see, we've got Martina here. She's got 23 in total. We've got Yvette, which is at 28. She's saying moving in the right direction. Big change from her last Ikigai. We've got James 21. We've got Simonia at 16. Yikes! Definitely helps me as a start, give me a way of focus. So different people like 14. Here's one thing I would share. If you're anywhere between 0 and 20, it means that you're less than half where you need to be at 40, right? Like, if you were in a test at school, right, then you'd be failing the test, right? You're under 50%. But there's a key part to this, which is that if you're in a job, then 100% we know that it's about 80% of people aren't happy with their job. So you'd expect them to be under 50. But if you're running your own business, which means you get to decide what you're doing and you're under 50%, that's a wake-up call. That's whoa, maybe I'm actually doing the wrong thing. Maybe I should be working with different people in different ways who are at a high level, because if I can't figure out a way for myself to be over the 20, then something somewhere is wrong with my vehicle in what I'm doing. Just keep that in mind, because it's not you. It's not the fact you're just doing something like, okay, I don't enjoy cycling anymore. Well, take a car, right? It's like just change vehicle. Now, easier said than done, because it means you've got to decide what vehicle to change. But by knowing that, it's like, just don't settle for being under 50%. But I'll say the opposite. You see, Esmeralda here is at 32. You said that you're at 36. Jason, what I would say is if you're over 30, like Miguel's just on 30 here, if you're over 30, think of your ikigai like a flower pot, right? And if you're a flower pot and the flower is getting to a size where it's filling up the pot, right? And it's like, oh, I'm always totally full. This is a clue that now's the time to increase the size of the pot, right? So it's actually possible to go from 36 down to 30 or 28 by just saying, wait, hang on, I'm at 9 out of 10 on purpose. Well, what could be a bigger purpose, right? Or I'm at like 9 out of 10 on talent. What could be, I'm at like 10 out of 10 on my earnings. Wait, hang on. What would make it a 5 out of 10 on my earnings? What actually could I be actually focusing at and expanding your thoughts to the next level? Does that make sense, Jason? Oh, you're on mute there, by the way.
The mute button sometimes is tricky. I was going to say what actually made me go a little like, is when you showed that slide talking about the impact, the income, as well as I forget the last one. It was the
income, impact, income, and insight. So
Insight was the one that, like, when I looked at this and realized that you don't need to choose, because I always felt restricted. It was like, oh yeah, if you decide to not care, then you can go make money. And this is really shifting. So I 100% agree with your assessment. Is like, I'm almost feeling like I'm quite big in a small pond, which makes me realize that, hey, maybe I should be looking at a river now, or I should be moving to a bigger sea, or going to a bay and going to the ocean. And I know we talk a lot about impact and impact meters, and I know that's a big tool that I've looked at from your learnings that really helped me understand that, hey, there's a bigger way that I can do what I do. But like I said, it was like an optimistic score, but it also challenges me to push the envelope.
Exactly. And one thing I would say, this is for Jason, but for everyone else listening as well. If you're wondering what's the order I should go in, I mean, usually whatever's your lowest should be the one that you actually focus at, because it's like having a wheel where one piece is basically kind of like blocked, and that's why it's bumpy. It's a bumpy road, right? So kind of like open up the wheel first of all. But then there is actually an order which actually makes life much easier. So for example, with the Renaissance Man, always start with insight. I know this happened to you, Jason, when you're like doing your property investing in Canada. You're making lots of money. Making the choice to move out to Malaysia and do something which is more meaningful will mean that it could be that you drop your income for some time, but it's the right thing to do because you've now opened up your flower pot. Going out to Bali is the same thing. It's like, hey, I know more about what I want and what I don't want. And so again, you're taking that next step. So be okay. I'm saying this to everyone, be okay giving up on some of the income short term to actually get into something more meaningful, because you attract more of the best people. And you also open yourself up to the things where it's all much more fun. So it doesn't even feel like hard work. Very big difference between hard work and working hard, right? You can work hard and it doesn't even feel like work because you're doing what you love, but hard work actually is going against the current, and it's what none of us should be doing. So first thing, number one, really important, is insight, right? Is about, okay, am I really clear who I am, what I should be doing? Then you can move not to income, but impact, right? It has to be impact next. I mean, obviously make enough money to get by, but impact is about doing what's most meaningful. And then you then get onto income, right? And in terms of high touch, high tech, much easier to always make money high touch before you get to high tech. When someone's like, how do I start an online business that makes $10,000? I'll say, wait, no, start with who can you speak to that way you can make your $10,000, because it's about fundamentally starting with the fact that we're humans, we're not machines. And then you can then actually bring the automation side in afterwards, right? So always know that. Ikigai, same thing. Always the first thing to start with is passion, because passion is what drives you. No point looking for purpose if you can't even get out of bed in the morning. But if you have something that you're passionate about, then once you get your passions out, it's like, wow, now I'm doing what I actually love, and it doesn't feel like hard work. Your brain starts tapping into its unconscious in a way it doesn't if your passion's off, right? And then from that passion, you get the energy, which then leads on to purpose as the second thing. And then from purpose, it then leads on to your talents And then from talents to then, because you're going to be using your talents with whatever's most meaningful. Use your talents in places which isn't meaningful, you're going to be in the wrong place, doing something well, but not doing it in a well that actually fulfills you, right? And then the income will always come as the final part of that. But it's about faith in this process to make that happen. So thank you, Jason. I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to continue on with the next of our waves here, because we are going at pace, right? So whatever's biggest learning so far, that like be really great to see everyone being so interactive. So do just post down whatever's biggest learning that's already come out for you from this first wave. And then let's jump right into the next wave. Some of the things I'm going to warn you, some of the things I'm going to share with you are going to be mind blowing, even if you think you know about some of these, because we're talking about the very, very latest cutting edge. So maybe no surprise that the wave we're now going to go to is the metaverse. Believe me, like it was a year ago that I was already saying metaverse, and people say, it's the first time I'm hearing about this thing. 2 years ago, I started talking about it to our own Crystal Circle members who are my mentoring clients, right? And then I started actually doing videos about it. In fact, on my YouTube channel, one of the videos, which is about the metaverse, if you haven't yet seen it, I'll share a link to it. It basically was exactly 12 months ago that I did it. In the last month, it's just gone like crazy, and it's gone up to 850,000 views because everyone's been talking about metaverse now. But it was a year ago when I was now saying this is what's coming our way. In fact, I was giving examples at that point, like for example, Burning Man, where I was saying communities were actually getting created and connected to each other, and these communities were then finding smart ways to then link up in the metaverse as well. And this happened with Burning Man, which has been canceled for 2 years now, where you've got 70,000 people going out to the desert together. And it's all about self-expression, where you're together for, a lot of people think it's all about, just drugs and nudity. And it's absolutely not. It's about self-expression. I brought my family out where we're all there together and just getting connected to what the world could actually be like if we didn't have governments, if we didn't have, would we all become, kind of like crazy bad people who were like in some, kind of like dystopian future, or would we actually create some kind of utopia? Would we actually figure out smart ways that we could work together and treat each other better? So many entrepreneurs will go out to a place like Burning Man and they will rekindle and reignite their faith in humanity, that it is possible that we actually can get together and actually love the fact that we are so amazing at what we express. So I gave that as an example a year ago. Another example I gave was education and just how much education has changed. We have seen a huge wave in education, which we'll get to, but how much it was like the likes of Coursera was all two-dimensional, and there was already three-dimensional learning that was taking place. And I gave examples like already they were talking about metaverses coming. This is one of the few articles that was out at that time. And just look at just how much the numbers have changed from one to the other, like 148 billion this year. It's going to go to 476 billion. It's going to triple within the next 4 years. I think it's going to be a lot bigger than this, but this is currently like from PwC. And then basically going up by a factor of 10 within the next 9 years, basically. And this directly links to the currencies and also the structures that make up the metaverse, which is the blockchain, right? And how basically we're able to take every single physical thing or virtual thing in that metaverse, and that element in that metaverse allows us to have a way to exchange without having to have lawyers, without having to have bankers, without having to have accountants, without having to have governments. We can actually just do it all ourselves because of the way that we're distributing trust, so that we actually have a way to do things without a middleman, right? And that is the biggest shift that's about to happen with the metaverse. Let me share with you some things that again, like I said, are going to, I believe, really blow your mind in terms of the way you start thinking about the metaverse and what is coming right now with the metaverse as well. I'm going to just basically open up my slides here and we'll get right into it. This one here, some of you might have seen, virtual real estate plot sells for a record $2.4 million. And you said, like, I'm sure many of you have seen this, right? But the question is, how many of you are actually involved in this at the moment, right? Like what's happening at the moment on places like Decentraland, where people are physically buying. And if you say, well, why would someone actually buy something for 2.4 million? The person who actually bought it is a company. It's not a person, it's a company called tokens.com. So tokens.com, who basically are, they have a subsidiary, which is called Metaverse Group. They have bought over what is effectively a part of Decentraland. Think of Decentraland effectively like a 3D space where you can go buy things. And they basically went in there and they bought Fashion Street. This is where they now can actually now sub-sell all the different parts of Fashion Street. It's like going in and buying Oxford Circus or Oxford Street, or going in and buying Times Square. That's pretty much what they've done. And then so of course, like 2.4 million, they already know they can make 10 times their money back by basically how they now sell out the subplots, right? So the whole aspect here, and you can see Mana, which is the actual price, is the actual currency in there, is like 400%. Now, I'm going to show you some really simple, easy ways to be thinking about this and why this is important. But first of all, before I go into it, just have a look at this. This is just from December 2nd. Just 4 metaverse projects sold $106 million in virtual land last week. Imagine you're sitting there in London in the 18th century and you're hearing these stories of people buying into some place called Manhattan, right? Or someone they're buying into this, place called America where people are going in there and they're kind of like creating a whole new land. And you're just sitting there in London going, it's like, that's not me. I'm not doing that kind of stuff. And of course, it'd be difficult to do it yourself because you'd have to physically get on a boat and cross the Atlantic to be part of that as well. But this is as simple as a click of the button and you get into the new world where this is all happening right now, where people are getting involved and getting part of it. And I'm going to show you exactly the steps that allow you to do that. And by the way, if you said, well, make it easy for me, Roger, like where should I go right now? I'd say just do 2 things. Just get yourself an account on Decentraland and get yourself an account on Sandbox, just those 2 places, right? And basically just buy your first tokens there. No different from if you were to join, if you've got kids, they're probably already on Fortnite or on Roblox or on Minecraft, just as simple as going to one of those and just buying some in-house currency. It's really as simple as that, and just get started. So San and Mana, they have surged in November. So when I first did a video about the metaverse, like a month ago, I started buying into Mana. Mana went up 600%. It dropped a bit, but it's still 400% more, right? So like, think about that for a minute, right? You buy $20,000, it becomes worth $80,000 within 1 month. And we're only at the very, very beginning of this because everyone needs the currency in order to be able to be buying within there as well. And it's going at pace. Adidas has gone in there. You've got all these different companies. Nike is now in there. All the different companies are all jumping in right now as well, right? Because for the first time, there is a visible use case for cryptocurrency. Like if you bought Bitcoin, you bought Ethereum, you might have found a use case for Ethereum, like buying NFTs. We're going to get onto that. But if you're buying a currency, like, well, what do I do with this? I just hold on to it and then sell it later? Or can I buy things with it? Now you're saying, oh, we're actually in a world where we can actually use this to buy and sell things. So now there's a use case which people are now moving at pace, which is why metaverse cryptocurrencies have grown far, far faster than any other ones, right? So here's Sandbox, for example, right? Now, if you look at Sandbox here, and it's super simple. You just go in there, you just play the alpha, click join up, and you're in it straight away. And you can see here, very, very, like this looks very much like Minecraft. It's Minecraft for adults, right? So basically you're in there and able to actually create the lands, build the pieces that you want to build in there. You can just wander around, find other people's things in there as well. But I highly recommend, if there's one thing you do today, is just realize this world has started and it's a multi-million-dollar world where the people getting started can make millions very quickly. This is Decentraland. So I'll show you just how simple this is, right? Like, I don't know, I just click on to get into my guest account, start exploring. You just click start exploring, and then you go in here and it basically like just drops you in. I'll just play as a guest, right? Like you play using your wallet, so you can just buy, or just play as a guest, which means you're not going to buy anything at this point. You're just going to kind of wander around and see what's happening. And if any of you remember Second Life and how that used to operate, this is like 10 times more in terms of activity and things now happening within the whole land. So of the things you can go visit, they've already got entertainment outlets. They've already got places you can go buy things from people. You've got like, groups where you can actually go in and chat. We're setting up our first beta of our Genius U metaverse within Decentraland. So when I'm doing my mentoring, we're going to have a room in there that you can actually come and join and be part of that as well. So all of that is happening right now. It's kind of slow on my system right now because I think I've got too many things open. But here we go. You can see it's actually taking me in and just loading it all up. And the most important thing about all of this, as we're going to see as we go, right? You can see it's like loading at the moment, all the different pieces. And this means you don't need goggles at the moment. Like a lot of people think metaverse means I need to have virtual reality goggles and so on. It's like, no, this is exactly the same as how most people are experiencing 3D worlds right now. They're doing it straight from their laptop or from their mobile phone, but they're still able to wander around, see different things they want to see, that kind of thing as well, which is a big part of this. And you can see here, I'm going to come back to it in a second, but if I just go over to the Mana price, right? You can see this is when I bought right here. So I was kind of lucky. And you can see just how much it jumped up and where it is now. I would expect Mana to be somewhere by this time next year at about $40 or $50, right? It's going to 10 times up for sure, just because there's a limited amount of Mana and everyone's wanting to buy into it. And Mana is based on Ethereum, right? Like Mana, they're all based on Ethereum. So if you don't want to kind of like focus on any one particular crypto like this, just by Ethereum, right? Ethereum is going to go up easily 10 times in the next year just because it's the fuel for the metaverse at the moment. Oops, so obviously we just got in here. So like here it's like, okay, so I'm in, right? Like this is Genesis City, which is the kind of first part of this. And then this allows me to just go in and I can kind of wander around. And once you're in and you can kind of see the things happening, you know, like at the moment it's loading other people who are in here as well. I can kind of wander around. I can see all the different things that are happening here. And there's games I can play, there's things I can look at, right? So all these different elements are already in here as people are wandering around, and then et cetera, you get the idea. But, oh, hello. So the whole, and then you can go see what other people are up to, how they're working as well. And again, like I said, like if you come off this next 2 days and you don't at least go visit Metaverse, when you don't even have to take a ship across the Atlantic to get in, you can just go straight in and just start realizing it is as simple as when you first said, well, what is it to put an email? What is a website? And you went for your very first experience of an email or a website, and it was something that was foreign. And once you actually got it, then it's like, oh, this is actually quite simple, right? And you actually started understanding how these things actually all link together already from step one. I'm going to give you a couple of other links here, like NFTs. Right? Why is NFTs so important, especially when it comes to the metaverse? Because obviously buying a piece of land, an NFT is a non-fungible token for anyone who wants to know. And a good way to think about this is think of an NFT a little bit like a URL, right? So a URL, as you know, once you actually own a URL for a website, you own that URL. No one can own it except you, right? So then you can start building things on your website. And like it's very, very different from you basically, you know, just posting something on a chat line somewhere where you don't really own it. They can delete it whenever they want, right? That's how cryptocurrency tends to have worked, is that basically, even if you think you own it, people can come in, they can hack it if you're not careful. And of course, now everyone's got cold wallets, etc. But that's very different from an NFT where you physically own it, because the Ethereum you bought it on, or the Mana or the sand that you bought it on, has got a very specific contract on it, which says you're the owner, and everyone can see you're the owner of that as well. And so you've got people who are buying all sorts of things, whether it is works of art, collectibles, music, and then these are actually growing even faster than cryptocurrencies are growing, because once you own something, people go, oh, I'd like to own that. And if you actually own a piece of land on Decentraland, or if you own a piece of land on Sandbox, then no one else can own it, and people will come visit you, and they'll keep coming back to visit you there. And then you can actually be selling your art, or you can be selling the different items, elements that you have as well. You know, we're going to be using NFTs in a lot of the things that we're selling, so that if we have a limited number of different courses that we have, you can have an NFT, and you can sell it on to someone else if you like, right? So your ability to access a membership to something, an event to something, is very easy to then sell on without having to go through a third party. A lot of people are now using NFTs for things like event tickets, because up to now, if someone had an event ticket and wanted to resell to somebody else, then it's very difficult to do it without a third party, and they'll always take a commission. Whereas now you can just go and straight away buy whatever you're looking for, because you know you own it immediately the moment you actually transact. And so again, like I said, the middleman disappears altogether. This is huge, $27 billion. And this has grown at, we're talking about thousands of % per year that we're seeing the NFT market that is growing. You look at how, and we're just at the very beginning of this at the moment, in terms of the number of people that are part of this. So in the same way that URLs, we've now got millions of websites around the world with millions of URLs, we are going to have trillions of NFTs, which effectively are URLs for objects, which means that you actually have the ownership of that object in the same way as you do for a website. This here, I'm going to drop some of these links down at the break. I'm going through these pretty quick, so I won't link them all here, but I'm just going to say that these are two examples right now of where you can start from if you're just starting to understand this. So this one here is Nifty Gateway. If you've ever heard of the Winklevoss twins, they're the guys that basically were part of creating Facebook. And then they basically like left Facebook. They're now billionaires again. You can see that this one here, Winklevoss NFT platform, could be worth 1.2 billion. They've already made like about 30 billion just off Bitcoin. And now they set up the NFT marketplace just when it was getting started, Nifty Gateway, which is this one here. So what we're seeing here is their company, and a lot of the buying and selling that happens, they happen on an exchange like this. You can buy something here, you can then sell it to somebody else. And of course, if you've actually gotten an address in the metaverse and you buy some digital art, you can then put that digital art on your in your room. You can create your own gallery. So there's people out there that are already doing this. If you heard about Metakoven, who bought Beeple's artwork for $69 million, he's basically putting it in a virtual gallery. So you can just go in there and visit it and see it as well. I do want to say one thing about what I'm talking about here in terms of the likes of Decentraland and Metaverse. We are at a point in the Metaverse which is equivalent to what was happening when the internet started. And do you remember CompuServe or AOL? Right. So these are like walled gardens where it's much easier to understand the internet at the very beginning. If you go and join CompuServe, they'll give you the email address. They'll give you basically like, you know, the community you can join, but you're pretty much doing it all inside CompuServe, right? Or all inside AOL. They will eventually disappear. But if they're smart about what they do, they'll allow you to go open source with it. In the case of AOL and CompuServe, they didn't do that. At the time when the internet took off and people could just go and get a Gmail account and go, you know, browse any different website through a browser. At that point, if AOL had said, okay, we're going to let it all go open source and not charge you the membership, then I'm sure AOL will still be around today. But they didn't do that. So the likes of Decentraland and Sandbox, they're just like AOL and CompuServe. Like you go in there, you set up an account, you get your avatar, you design it so it's the way you want it to look, and then you can just wander around inside that little spot. You're going to see, I'm going to share with you the platforms that I'm creating open source, where you can actually take the same character within Sandbox. You can walk over to Decentraland. You can then wander off into Facebook's world or into Fortnite, or you can actually, like, you know, go with your character and all of your tools and all your contacts and go into Minecraft. And so basically, like, it connects all the worlds together. That's where the metaverse will go. But we're talking probably 18 months away before we have all the tools to do that. And then effectively you can just wander into the 3D worlds, any of the 3D worlds, and they'll all be compatible with each other. The ones who aren't compatible, they'll all die, right? So that's going to happen for sure as well, which is why sometimes investing more in the whole platform rather than just one of these worlds, because you don't know what they're going to do at that time. That's important. But also note, like Facebook have chosen it right now that they're saying they want to be the standard, but they're not going to be the standard because they don't have the level of trust out there. So there are already people out there, including like Vitalik, who own Ethereum, who says, no, we think we're better at actually building the standard. They're already working with the likes of people like NVIDIA, who are saying, yeah, we also do. And you're seeing the growth in capital value of these organizations that are thinking open source, right? Because that definitely is where the future is going. And I'll go more into that as we go forward at the moment as well. But I don't want to lose anyone on the way, right? So this is important. For some of you who are new to this, just know I'm just saying, just go and experience it. Like Woody Allen says, 70% of success is showing up. So NFTs, this is one as an example. I'll always give you at least two options. So the second option, which is much bigger than Nifty Gateway right now, is OpenSea. So OpenSea is like the biggest right now in terms of being a marketplace for NFTs. And you can see here all these different, like they have all these different drops where people go in to buy art. You can see all the different collections. So you'll see that some of the biggest ones out there are Bored Ape Yacht Club right now, which are basically all collectibles. You can see the Sandbox is in here right now. CryptoPunks is in here. These are all different collectibles and things that you can be a part of. You can go to the rankings, so you can see just how big are these right now. So you can see CryptoPunks is number one, the amount of volume of people buying and selling things in there, and just how much is actually increased. Like this is 155% up within 7 days, right? So you can actually say, oh, I'm going to go test this. And you can buy something for like $10, right? And just see just how much it changes in value and just test it out, right? And just see what is happening within the space. But again, think of this like going into a store, which basically people are buying and selling things with each other, or going into the stock market where people are buying and selling things from each other. And you're just basically like giving it a test and seeing how it works. And if you do that and you just start getting a taste of it, I think you'll be amazed at just how quickly you start actually getting hooked with the fact that we are living in a very different world where shifts of 50 to 100% is no big deal. And whatever you're buying, provided you like it, you know, it could go down in value, it might go up in value, but you become part of an entire tide that is growing right now as well. I want to show you a little video. I think this is actually a hilarious little part before I kind of finish on this whole aspect of the fact that this metaverse is the future. And it's a video of the Winklevoss twins. And they happen to be in this video right now where they are sharing together with the founder of Basketball Sports, whose name is Dave Portnoy. They're sharing their view of what's going to happen to the US dollar and also what's going to happen to the pound, like pound sterling. And I think it's a hilarious little video because the whole concept of this story is actually about Elon Musk going out to mine asteroids. So let me show the first beginning of this so you can kind of see just how much someone like Dave Portnoy, who already is pretty tuned in to what's going on in the world, how blown away he is by just what they're saying or what's possible and what's going to be happening as well. So let's just watch the first maybe like minute of this video.
And if he mines all the gold in the asteroids above Earth, then all of a sudden gold.
Is that like a real statement?
Yeah, I think he will.
Wait, what? He's gonna mine all the gold.
So there's billions of dollars of gold floating on asteroids.
I don't know if you're serious.
No, we're totally serious. Yeah.
Elon Musk is gonna go into space, smash gold that's gonna rain plentiful like sand. That can't happen.
By the way, the first trillionaire is going to be the first person who exploits space resources on asteroids, on comets.
Okay, so what is going on here? Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports, interviewed the Winklevoss twins, who have already made $6 billion on Bitcoin, and they said Elon Musk would crash gold once he starts mining asteroids, which is why they're investing in Bitcoin. So Dave asked Elon if this was true or not, and Elon replied with a picture of his quadrillion-dollar rock, and NASA is already paying him to get it. And this is just the beginning. So the whole thing here is that they're saying, look, gold is not going to be like limited in the future because asteroids are going to be full of gold. And so the only thing that actually is limited are the things that we ourselves create, because the world is full of abundance, right? And so it means everything goes down to zero value, which includes US dollar, right? It includes pounds. Other than what we actually are able to agree on is going to be limited in value. And there are so many amazing stories about those who are in the metaverse, like making sure that they're creating ecologies, like communities, where they're preserving the value that people can then exchange with each other, instead of what's happening in the world today, where none of us have any control of that, which is why there are so many people that are now in poverty and having challenges, and why those who figured this out have actually moved away from that world into one in which they're actually creating their own new economies. So it's super important to not be stuck in the old world where you have no control on anything, including your money supply, but to move towards a new world where you actually can control all these elements. You're going to hear, like, we're not just talking about these things. You know, we're moving the whole of Genius U into the metaverse. This is a huge thing that happened just this weekend. We're in Dubai, where we're actually talking about ourselves being the first metaversity. So metaversity is to the metaverse what a university is to the universe. And basically, as a metaversity, what that then means by having credits, which are our gems, which is our cryptocurrency. Gems are Genius Education Merits, which basically means that you finish your education not with student debt, but with student credits. So we're just rethinking the whole of the model. And you can do this as well within your community, or come join our community in the things we're going to be doing, because we're giving everyone a front row seat to what's actually happening in this new world as well. So the final thing I just wanted to share on here before I'm going to bring Jason on board as well, is that if you are interested in building or even your own, again, you can go join Decentraland, you can be part of what we're doing at Genius U. And let me give you one more tip, right? Like, this is one that the guys were saying, if you really want to just try this out, the best place to go, because this is absolutely free, is Mozilla Hubs. So this is from Mozilla. It's super simple. It works just like Zoom, but the difference from Mozilla Hubs to Zoom is it's a 3D space. So I can just create a room, right? And it will allow me straight away to just go, okay, I'm going to create a 3D room. And it creates a room which is exactly the same as what you're seeing on Decentraland, but it's your room, right? It's like a Zoom room. Right. And then from this, it's going to take a while to do that, so I'm going to do it right this moment. But if I do that, then I can create my little room. Everyone can come on board. It's totally free to do. It's on my laptop. I then drop you the link, so you can just go into the room as well. We can do this for mentoring. We can do this for our team meetings. Super simple to use. And like I said, it's free. So there are already tools like this that do exist. And I don't believe most people will be using Zoom in the same experience a year from now. I think we'll already have found, things like Mozilla Hubs, or even things like Decentraland or Sandbox, where we're actually choosing to have our team meetings, getting connected with each other. And again, without at this point having to be wearing a 3D goggles, but you can if you want to, right? All these things also work with 3D virtual reality goggles. So what am I showing here? I'm showing the fact that in the past, if you wanted to design a website, you would need to actually have the development tools for websites. So say for example, you might use something like WordPress, which is all drag and drop. In the case of 3D worlds, you're not using web developers and you're not using web tools. What you're using is world developers, and what you're using is world engines. So there are two engines which are the main engines to use. It's either going to be Unity. So Unity basically is what is the engine that has created things like all of Facebook's. Facebook doesn't own any of its actual tech as far as the 3D side goes. They're actually using Unity as the engine to build all of the worlds that they're creating. Unity was also used for Pokemon Go. It's used for over half the games in that you see that are 3D games within the Apple Store and the Android Store, right? So it's been around for some time. It just had its public listing. So this is Unity. I invested in Unity like 5 years ago. So invest in these companies that are doing these things, because they are the future for sure, much more than the likes of the current tech companies in the world. So Unity is one, which is more kind of a little bit more cartoony, but they're getting more and more real in what they do as well. And then the other one, which is out there, the main competitor is Unreal. These guys actually start with super high definition, which means you do need to put a lot more work in to make it work, but you can see just how realistic it starts to look if you use it. Unreal Engine basically is owned by Fortnite, right? So it's all part of that same business. And Fortnite uses Unreal. So Fortnite will definitely be becoming more and more 3D in the view of what it looks like as well. So I'm just going to stop sharing a moment and say, all right, do you have an action to actually go and just taste the metaverse by understanding that it's as easy as joining a computer game? Are you willing to go and actually just like buy your first NFT and just experience the marketplace of this whole new world that we're moving into? And if the answer is yes, post a yes in the comments, right? Like, what is the action you're going to take off the back of this? And let's come back to Jason for just comments from your side, Jason, and any particular questions that might be coming up that you think we should be asking as well.
Well, let's first start with a breath. This is like awesome, crazy, overwhelming, filled with opportunities. Like, there's so many emotions that come up when I listen to this. As a matter of fact, there's so many stories that I was thinking about as you're doing these presentations. A very short one is there's this movie called Ready Player One. I just rewatched it last week because these are conversations I'm having within my communities here. And the reality of how that trajectory is and what we're seeing today is so close that it's crazy to think about. It reminds me even with the fact that Star Trek used to be predicting technology that we are using currently today, like the transcoders or stuff like that. Like, that's our iPhones now. And so a lot of times fiction and literature seems to be predicting where we're going. And that was a beautiful book. I thought the book was even better because it showed like people going to school in the metaverse, people going to work in the metaverse, and it becomes this limitless opportunity. Now, when you talk about metaverse, you talk about virtual reality and all these, I'm even thinking about how there's more adoption. Like, I know I have a friend who has a Oculus Rift. I'm thinking for Christmas, I want to buy my mother. I'm going to buy it for my sister because my mother wouldn't want to touch this, but I can give her.
Last Christmas, I bought an Oculus for everyone in the family, like everyone. And so we now go up and we play poker online. We actually go into group, we go on adventures together with everyone in the family. And they're all around the world. So we've been connected this whole year just by basically all being in virtual reality together.
So I'm a year late, Roger, because this is what I want to create. I haven't seen my family in 2 years because I'm here in Bali. The pandemic's kind of accelerated this shift so rapidly. Now, I know there is a few questions that are coming up. And, you know, one that I wanted to, let's see, there's a few good ones here. I think I would want to maybe ask a question, and this because Peter Tate, I just want to acknowledge you, from South Africa, was in a situation where they're feeling a little overwhelmed right now, even with the fact that their industry changed. And we talked earlier about how there's all these opportunities that are happening. The great resignation is happening, but it's a reignition. What would you advise for people that are listening onto this presentation right now who might be feeling this sense like their industry has already collapsed? This was tourism in the case of Peter, and you're looking to reignite yourself. We talked about the various passions, and now you're introducing us to a few different concepts. What are some of the directions you could give to somebody who's maybe at the same space as Peter on ways to just like get back on your feet and get started with absorbing this information?
That's the biggest thing that we have that stops us is our memory. Just the fact that Peter starts by saying, look, you know, it's like things have been tough and so on. Let's imagine that Peter actually just put a big conk on his head and suddenly put a hammer on his head and said, I've forgotten everything from the past. And all he does is he just wakes up and says, what's my passion? And let's just imagine, because it may or may not be, but let's imagine it's like, oh, my passion is travel. Travel is my passion, right? It's like, what's my purpose? And my purpose is to actually get people to be able to experience the world, right? And it's like, okay, well, I have no idea about any of that stuff. I'm just going to go in as a leading learner. Let's imagine just for 1 minute that I'm a leading learner in that space. Let me just share my screen. And I haven't done this, right? So this is going to be like live that we actually do this. Let me just open up a screen. Let's imagine I have connection to the whole rest of the world. I'm interested right now in what's going on in the metaverse when it comes to travel startups, right? Like there must be some cool stuff that's happening out there at the moment that I could actually be focusing at, right? You've got these things here, pursuing space travel, startups, metaverse, discover 5 startups, building the metaverse, which may have something to do with travel. So let me actually go, okay, well, what about if I actually say tourism, right? And I'm going to go, I'm interested in what's going on the tourism side, right? And I might not even just look at what's happening here in terms of like the startups in tourism, but I might even be looking at what is happening in terms of the news. But let me just take an example, right? Let's just take this one here. So you got married. This is 2 days ago, by the way, right? So we're talking about right now. Marriott joins metaverse of NFT travel art. One of the world's largest hospitality chains taps new digital horizons to create endless experiences for tourists, right? It says Marriott has joined with several digital content creators to launch free NFTs aimed at promoting the global tourism industry. Basically, like they've got these guys here, digital artists, Trex, design new NFTs to promote the massive hospitality franchise Power of Travel global campaign. So you can see there's a campaign that's happening right now, Art-Based Miami Beach. I can go, you can see here, like, look at this, like, got these guys, that are interpretation travel from the artist's point of view, where they're actually running this at the moment. It's like, whoa, this is interesting. Like, they're actually doing this in a way that's linking people in. Like, there's nothing that would stop Peter from saying, I want to do this in South Africa. Like, this is so cool. I want to go to the Marriotts in South Africa and say, guys, like, you're doing this in Miami. Do you want to do this in South Africa as well? Because I'm in the travel industry. I can bring other people into it as well. You can go straight back to some of the guys that are here that are already, like FaZe Clan, right? Like, the artist community there is a big community, right? You've got here, you can see 5.6 million people, right? I can already tweet, hey guys, like, we're going to be running one of these in South Africa. Let's play. And you immediately get tuned into the flow. I could keep on going, but you get the point that it's all out there. And as long as you're sitting back going, oh, things have changed for me, you've forgotten the fact that you're on a wave that already crashed. Like, so don't be sitting there with your surfboard on the beach going, why aren't I going anywhere? Just get back in the sea and get onto that next wave. That would be what I'd say.
Fantastic. So Peter, hope you heard that loud and clear. I think that's some amazing advice. And it's crazy how access to information is already something we have now. And so to be able to reinvent and go forward is such a luxury that we have. Which brings me to a question from Matthew Soltis, who's asking about a question remains to be seen about like which metaverse will rise and command the long-term utility. You made the examples of like AOL and Compaq, which again are not here today, but are there things that we should be paying attention to? Are there risks that should we be evaluating when we're picking a metaverse? Because is there going to be winners and losers, and where do we find ourselves if we play?
Yeah, so again, this is what's so great about using parallels. Just think about that question if you would ask back in 1995. If you ask the question, which internet is going to be the one that's successful in the future, right? Because there aren't different internets, there's one internet. It's just that at that point, no one could see the one internet because everything was a walled garden. So it's like, oh, AOL's an internet and CompuServe's an internet. And of course they weren't internets, they were just kind of like organizations that had kind of figured out how to use the internet in a particular way that made it easy for everyone, right? So in exactly the same way, metaverse is not going to be like multiple metaverses. There'll be one metaverse, which will include all these different worlds inside it. So the question is not like which metaverse should I be part of, because there's going to be one. The question is, which world should I be part of right now? So Decentraland is not a metaverse, it's a world. Like, which world should I be part of? Choose the world where you actually already can be making money, where you already can be learning, where you can take all your information with you to somewhere new, right? So I mean, you can buy mana and sell mana, right? So that's the good thing about it. So so you can always exit wherever you are. Like, if you basically had started with social media saying, oh, which one I'm going to be in, there's a good chance you would have started with MySpace, right? But that doesn't mean you have to stay on MySpace, right? You can always go from MySpace onto Facebook, onto whatever else you want, Instagram or so on. There's always a way to migrate. But the most important thing is don't be with anyone that makes it difficult for you to migrate. This is why Facebook actually had so much challenges, because it was making it really difficult for people to actually get off Facebook or for them to actually even know what it is Facebook was doing with their information, right? Whereas there's a lot of these different lands where they are much more democratic, where people actually have more of a say. But experiment, like don't not do it because you don't know. Try 3 or 4 of them. Join Sandbox and Decentraland, just see which one you enjoy most. And that's the most important thing to do right now. We're in the brand new space. And if you said, okay, should I buy into Wall Street in New York, or should I actually travel all the way across to a place called California, where apparently, there's a new place called Sacramento where they say there's gold, like, which one should I go to? Like, you just make it, like, basically, like, trial different things out. Like, the cost to trial things out in the old world, I like to go for, like, I got to travel now all the way to California. Oh my gosh, I got to go past all those Indians. I got to go with my wagons. Like, there's a huge cost to try things out. The cost to try things out in the world today, right now, is almost zero time, almost zero money. It's just go and do it, right? So that's the most important thing.
I love it. And I love that you brought the MySpace example, because just because you went on MySpace, invested your time there, and MySpace isn't there anymore, people migrated off to the next platform when they already had an audience and they actually created value. They were able to replicate it on the YouTube if that was the next platform and such. Which also brings me to this whole question of, like, we're getting into this. I love the fact that you're telling us where to get started, right? Because we can go and create a unit on Decentraland. Are there other things that we should be considering? Like, is there any risk of just going to create an account? Is it as simple as just signing up, or are there things that we should be worried about?
Nope, it's as simple as signing up, and you can cancel at any time. And it's about just getting, the most important thing is, there's the biggest risk in the world today is not trying and not learning. Like that's the biggest risk, because then you get left behind massively. So that's the biggest thing, is like, don't overthink it. Just go do it, right? And then experience it, and then realize it's not as tough or not as difficult. But if you do miss out, you'll be kicking yourself in the same way that anyone who was watching me 10 years ago who didn't buy Bitcoin at 6 cents is going to be kicking themselves today, right? It's just nuts how many of us hear all this stuff and still don't do anything about it, right? So that is the biggest thing I would say for everybody. You're an entrepreneur. That means you're meant to be trying new things, right? That's the most important thing.
I need to make a confession, which speaks exactly to your point. I remember when coronavirus hit, this was back in 2020, and then I saw Bitcoin dip massively. And I was like, wow, that's going to be a great opportunity. It's going to come back up. But I wasn't ready. I didn't have my account set up and needed to verify. And then there was a bunch of little logistics that needed to happen for me to seize the opportunity. And this is what I've been doing in the last 2 weeks, to be honest, is just making sure I have all access to this new economy, so that when the opportunity is there, at least I'm not turning my thumbs and trying to catch up. I'm ready and prepared. And I think for everybody who's here, I could not stress enough of just making sure you get curious, get prepared, because when that opportunity strikes, you'll be the ready one to go. We do have a few more questions, but I know we have a lot more content that you wanted to cover. So was there anything else you want to
I'm going to go through the next wave, and then we'll go through a few questions before the break, and we can continue them after the break as well, right? So we'll keep on coming back to them as we go, but I'm really excited that everyone's so engaged in this at the moment as well. And I'd love for everyone to just post whatever's like biggest learning from the second wave, and even biggest action, even more so, right? Because there's lots and lots of chat coming through, which is great. Thank you very much, Jason. And let's jump right into the next wave. And again, just acknowledging all the people right now who are on and listening. I mean, this is the best part about this. Love the surfing old tech MySpace examples, right? So like there's elements on here, right? Different people kind of like really resonating with what we're sharing at the moment, which is fabulous to see as well. So really cool to see that as well. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of other really awesome movies that have come out recently. I'm sure many of you have seen it, but like, I think like Fall Guy is such a great movie that basically like, came out like, sorry, not Fall Guy, Free Guy, the one of Ryan Reynolds, which again is all about like the fact that there are these worlds where you can't actually tell the difference of real world and also the world that we are about to move into as well. So let me go into the very next ways, because for a lot of us, again, things I showed you, it looks like everything is like still like online. Like, oh, if I go in that world, it means I'm not in this world. So I want to kind of like shift to the next level, which is a very, very different vision, which is the one I think is the one that's going to prevail the most. And it's starting with some really smart minds that are linking into this at the moment as well. So this is the next of our waves. It's wave number 3. It's linked, but different to what I just shared. Crypto cities. So there is an article, right, that basically came out. It came out just at the end of October. So it's only like just over a month old. And this article, like if there's one person, if you want to get your mind blown, there's one blog that I'm always reading. And the blog is by Vitalik Buterin, right? So Vitalik, like this is, you can see here, I mean, some of them you won't understand, like they're just totally wild the way his brain works. He's 27 years old, trillionaire, created Ethereum, like always thinking about what, like he's just done one on Endgame, like he wrote this one, Crypto Cities. And if you've ever heard of Crypto Kitties, right? Crypto Kitties is one of the most traded and popular of all of the NFTs, right? So the way that Crypto Kitties works is you go in there, you buy a Crypto Kitty, right? So you can actually own your own kitty. When you buy a kitty, the kitty then mates with other kitties to create new kitties, right? So you actually have like, infinity number of new kitties that actually get created, and then you can trade them, right? And you actually can buy them, you can sell them and so on, right? So that's Crypto Kitties. So he wrote this as a bit of a play on Crypto Kitties. And what he's talking about with Crypto Cities is not like virtual cities that don't exist in the real world. What he's talking about here is that the future of all our communities are going to be new cities. They're going to be cities that actually are already breaking out of the government issued currencies to create their own currencies. So this links directly with cryptocurrencies, but it also links directly with the metaverse because it's about creating parallel universes with the metaverse. So let's just pause on those two ideas. Let's just take one example, which he actually gives in here, which is Miami and Miami coin, right? So there is a number of coins out there, including this one, City Coins, where what they're doing is they're giving communities in a particular city a chance to fund the city. Miami was one of the first places where this happened. Let me just show you this video so you can kind of see just how powerful this is. This is with the mayor of Miami. And you can see this was just in October. This has all just happened. So let's have a listen to what happens here.
is betting that Miami coin will set the city up for that lofty long-term goal. The cryptocurrency was born out of a project with a nonprofit called City Coins. According to its founders, anyone can download the software, hop on a computer to mint those new coins. The miner keeps 70% of the profits, and the rest goes straight to the city's wallet. And Shep, like other cryptocurrencies, Miami coin also trades on an exchange, so people can invest in it. This one hit an all-time high of just around 5 cents. It is the first and so far the only test case of this idea, but since August, the cryptocurrency has brought in just over $10 million for Miami. That's more than 3 times what officials say they forecasted. The city's mayor and a Bitcoin believer, Francis Suarez, says at the current pace, it could bring in as much as $60 million for Miami and eventually subsidize or even replace taxes. But he says Miami is still holding the coins in escrow for a couple months. He says they're doing more due diligence before Miami can start spending these coins.
We're going to hold them for a while to make sure that there are no issues related to the technology. And then we can work on a variety of different ideas that we have to make our city better, including educational ideas, including affordable housing, and including a lot of issues that, we obviously as cities across America would love to have more resources to help solve.
The project comes with its share of challenges. There are price fluctuations, regulatory questions at the federal level, and even money laundering concerns, to name a few. City coins are the latest sign of growing competition to attract the fast-growing digital industry and digital asset industry. Suarez has billed Miami as the crypto capital of the country, but Austin, Texas, and Cheyenne, Wyoming are among those also competing to attract crypto companies. Sources tell me Austin and New York are on the shortlist for their own city coin.
And in fact, the city coins now are kind of like taking off in all different cities here. You can see that we're just at the very beginning of this, just getting started. People are voting for starting up on their own cities as well. And this is just one company doing this. So like, if you're interested, this link here, which I will give to everybody, is Vitaly's whole like thesis on how we are going to transform society in our own cities, where basically citizens can actually take charge of ensuring that they're getting the results they want. And this goes beyond just the likes of like, physical cities where the mayors already are in place. There is, for example, this here, a city DAO. And if you don't know what a DAO is, a DAO basically is, it's like a community, right? So the whole idea is that it's a decentralized autonomous organization where you actually have the ability to organize yourself without having to be a corporation. So we're setting up a DAO for our Genie coin, right? So it basically means like, for the whole gems that we're creating, everyone has an ownership in that, and we all choose how those credits actually get grown and how they evolve. And in this case here, you've actually got a DAO for decentralized asset ownership where they say, let's actually create our own city from scratch. And then what they've done is they've actually gone out there and they have bought 40 acres of land in Wyoming where they're building a whole blockchain city. And what that means is every single piece of land will be linked to the blockchain. You don't need a lawyer to basically go into a house and then sell the house to somebody else, right? If that's your house, you can sell it to someone else. If you want to sell, like instead of getting a mortgage from a bank, you just want to sell 20% of your house to other people and say, hey, I'll pay you guys a return on that. And then you can actually pay less than you're paying to the bank, and everyone can then actually share in the value of your house. And as it goes up in value, everyone benefits from it. Or if you actually want to sell, half your car, right? Or if you want to basically rent it out to someone, like pretty much everything happens on the blockchain. And effectively, that's the whole concept of having a mirror city, which I'm going to get to in a moment, right? Like a digital twin. So like this is working both ways. You're actually taking cities and actually making them move into the metaverse, or you're taking the metaverse and you're moving it into real world, but it's the two of them linking together. And then our ability to then rethink things from scratch. And this is happening at scale right now. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to just share with you a video. This one here is the 3 biggest mind-blowing things that are happening with the metaverse right now. I know some of you might have seen it because you're following my YouTube channel, but I want to bring it into the context of what I'm showing right now and why this is so important. So you can see just how much things are changing and how quickly things are changing as well. So this is a video. I'm playing a bit faster than one speed. I think I've got like 1.25 speed, so it's not hopefully too fast. I tend to watch my videos at 2 times speed. But let's just watch this because it's talking about a different type of metaverse from the one that you're seeing in Decentraland, where it's divorced from our reality. This is one that links to our reality.
Here's the 3 most shocking predictions about the coming metaverse. Prediction number 1, the metaverse will be bigger than planet Earth. Literally, unless you've been living under your bed, you'll know the metaverse is a 3D digital world that will soon replace the 2D internet. But exactly how big will it be? NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang predicts it will be physically bigger than our current world.
This new world will be much larger than the physical world. We will buy and own 3D things. Creators will make more things in virtual worlds than they do in the physical world.
This week, Jensen Huang announced how NVIDIA's tools for the metaverse, called Omniverse, will include a life-size mirror of the entire planet with a digital twin Earth and link it to multiple other worlds. A digital twin is exactly that, a 3D digital replica of something in our universe in the digital metaverse. And if you're wondering how it helps to have a digital twin of, let's say, a building in the real world, well, here's what a car company like BMW is doing.
NVIDIA Omniverse introduces new simulation capabilities everywhere BMW needs to make critical decisions and introduce automation. Spanning every aspect of the BMW factory of the future, Omniverse allows BMW to collaborate and simulate from the entire plant level down to comprehensive engineering detail.
Right, so maybe that's helpful. But seriously, a digital twin of an entire city? Why would anyone want that?
Ericsson is building a digital twin of a whole city.
There are 15 million 5G microcells and towers planned for global deployment in the next 5 years. Ericsson is using NVIDIA Omniverse to build digital twin environments to help determine how to place and configure each of their sites for the best coverage and network performance. In Omniverse, Ericsson builds city-scale models that are physically accurate down to the materials of the buildings, vegetation, and foliage. Then, wireless network components are added, including the precise location, height, and antenna pattern of each transmitter. Ericsson built a custom Omniverse extension, enabling them to integrate radio propagation data and leverage Omniverse's RTX accelerated ray tracing to quickly visualize and calculate the quality of the signal at every point in the city. With Omniverse VR, network engineers can virtually explore any part of the model, teleporting to any location, anywhere in the world at 1-to-1 scale.
NVIDIA has also created Replicator, where driverless cars learn how to drive in a parallel metaverse and then use that learning to drive in the real world, basically making the metaverse the practice ground and playground for robots. And Jensen isn't alone. John Hank, CEO of Niantic and creator of Pokemon Go, sees the metaverse as a life-size, planet-sized digital world that interacts with our daily reality wherever we are on Earth. In August, he wrote the blog titled "The Metaverse is a Dystopian Nightmare. Let's Build a Better Reality," where he explains the Lightship platform he's created. He describes it as a technology that connects the real world, the atoms, with the digital one, the bits.
Unlike the sci-fi metaverse, the real-world metaverse will use technology to improve our experience of the world as we've known it for thousands of years, as a place of purpose, novelty, and community.
Add the multiple worlds being built and connected to these planetary scale metaverses, and the metaverse being built will be far bigger than the size of our planet. And if that wasn't enough, here's prediction number 2. You won't be able to tell the difference between the metaverse and reality within 10 years.
Okay, fine.
Oh my God!
What, these trick glasses or something?
When Mark Zuckerberg predicted that the metaverse will be mainstream in 5 to 10 years, he's talking about a metaverse which will include digital objects and worlds that we will see not at high definition or ultra high definition, but at reality level definition. That's because the virtual reality glasses and headsets we use to experience the metaverse will be at reality level resolution, where your eyes won't be able to tell the difference between digital and real. This is called retina level definition. Once a virtual reality display has a resolution of more than 60 pixels per degree, it's higher than the resolution the retinas in our eyes can see at. You could fall asleep in your AR glasses, wake up, and have no idea if what you're seeing is reality or not. This month, Mark Zuckerberg posted a picture on Facebook and wrote, "I spent the day with the Facebook Reality Labs research team in Redmond to demo our next generation virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence tech. This one is an early retina resolution prototype. And in case you're skeptical we'll get there so fast, retina level virtual reality headsets actually already exist, but they cost $6,000, so are only used today by big companies. This is Vario VR1, a retina level headset already being used by car designers, fighter pilots, and astronauts."
Together with the Boeing Starliner program, we've enabled astronaut training for all stages of a crewed space mission, from pre-launch to takeoff, and from docking to the International Space Station to landing, entirely in VR for the very first time. With Vario, car designers at Kia Motors have been able to speed up their design reviews from days to hours.
As the cost of retina level glasses drop and computing power grows, whether we like it or not, within 10 years, our reality is going to merge with a lifelike, planet-sized digital metaverse. One in which we can interact with anyone, anywhere, and where we can teleport and time travel to any place, anytime. And if the scale and speed of the coming metaverse isn't shocking enough, here's prediction number 3. In the next 10 years, digital currencies and the meta economy will grow so big, billionaires in the metaverse will exceed billionaires in the real world. This year, digital artist People saw an NFT of his digital art sell for a record $69 million. The person who bought it, 32-year-old Meta Coven. He's now making this $69 million piece of art open to all in the metaverse in a virtual museum. This is what he said about the number of people becoming billionaires in the metaverse.
Say that one more time, 2,000
So
billionaires?
there'll be 2,000 billionaires when Bitcoin hits $1 million.
Oh, wow. I just understood you. Okay, so when Bitcoin hits $1 million, there's going to be 2,000 billionaires, which means the world currently has 2,200 billionaires. That means 50% of all billionaires in the world are going to be crypto billionaires.
Now we are talking, yes.
Yeah, now we're talking, okay.
That's right. In time, we will have more people creating and exchanging value in the metaverse than in real life. And there will be more billionaires from digital currencies and digital assets than government fiat currencies and physical assets. When the internet started 30 years ago, a uniform resource locator, or URL, let anyone own a website on the internet.
There are a lot of people just getting on to the internet because they feel that they have to get on a playing field, so to speak. But it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
What do you write to it like mail?
No, a lot of people use it and communicate. I guess they can communicate with NBC writers and producers. Allison, can you
explain what internet is?
Internet.
Now that the metaverse has started, the blockchain lets anyone own a Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. And now NFTs or non-fungible tokens lets anyone own any unique digital object in the metaverse. While there's over 1 billion websites, there will be over 1 trillion digital assets. This year's boom in NFTs is linked to the boom in the metaverse. And it all begins with art because we're living in a new renaissance.
The virtual world, I'm a huge fan of this idea of the metaverse. It's a borderless world, right? Where there is very little censorship. And the younger generation are always looking for some kind of defiance. And this defiance, usually in the physical world, could become violent and could create a lot of issues. But on the metaverse, what happens is because of this free expression, it's all a graffiti world. And all these artists from across the world, a person from Japan might do a gallery, a person from India might do a gallery, a person from Italy might do a gallery. And there could be cross-pollination of all these ideas. And then you all meet there and you look at this, look at what is happening around you. And it moves you, right? Like it talks to you. So it's basically, you're just discovering art again, a spot in the virtual world because it's owned by you through an NFT. NFTs need not be just art. It can represent the land title in the virtual world. No one can just take that away from you. And so you can give that as your address. A URL that points to the spot in the metaverse can be the address of an artist. So you know that you can find him and you can let him talk to you through his work all the time by just visiting that URL again. So I think that's very powerful.
Like the Medicis of Florence 500 years ago, the Metacovans of the world are funding a new world of self-expression. Ownership of digital objects that can easily be bought and sold in the metaverse are now growing fast, from art to collectibles, games, music, property, and virtual land. And as the metaverse becomes planet-sized and linked to our real world, land, property, and all assets will eventually be able to be linked to the blockchain with ownership exchange through the digital metaverse. What do you think that will mean, not only for middlemen, banks, the taxman, and even entire governments as this borderless digital world emerges? Will they go bankrupt? Will they fight to try and control or outlaw the metaverse? And which side will triumph? Leave a comment below and let me know what you think. And just as the Wild West led to an entirely new country that became the most powerful nation on earth, the metaverse could emerge as an entirely new world where we again get to rewrite the rules.
So think about that for a moment, just this whole idea that we actually have an opportunity to rewrite the rules, right? And actually be able to think totally differently about the world that we're in. Like this is very much like, for any of you who've been to any of my events in the past, we talked about this. We said, well, what would happen if all US dollars went to zero, if all pounds went to zero? How would we all feel if we all basically zeroed out and we could just start again? And most people are quite relieved by that idea because like, well, then like we've got freedom, right? Like we could create things in whatever way we want. That is what's happening today. And it's happening at scale because the technology has finally caught up with the vision of this consciousness that we're actually living in right now as well. So these are happening right now. And as you can see, this was from November. This is happening right as we speak. So one of the things that we just had a conversation yesterday, I'm part of Peter Demandis' group. He basically is the one who set up XPRIZE, Abundance 360. And yesterday we had a session where we were talking about our massive purpose for the future. And I was giving examples of the likes of what Tencent has done with the city of the future in Shenzhen, where they're actually building a whole city from scratch. Toyota is doing the same thing with something called Woven City, where they're actually bringing it all into being a smart city. And I made the point that, you know, smart city shouldn't just be about smart technology. It should be about smart humans. We should be getting smarter ourselves as well. And so basically I said that one of the big things we're aiming to do is to bring 100 smart cities around the world together into connecting the idea of a university with the idea of a metaversity. And we're starting with the one in Lancaster. So many of you know that we're acquiring a university in Lancaster. It's the first private university in California to be for sale for like a decade. And it just so happens that we're the ones that are buying it, that we're actually turning it into a hub for space technology where we can be bringing on board, you know, the likes of Elon Musk and the likes of Richard Branson. We've got all the right contacts because of SpaceX and because of XPRIZE. But by bringing together the chance for kids to be learning, the chance for startups to be actually getting funding, and even for people, leaders that want to be in that industry to be able to actually start finding the smartest ways to do that. And we can actually run those degree programs and certification programs from that university. But then that university then taps into a metaversity around the world where we can all be tapping in and actually experiencing it. So once we're actually having our summit, then we can all go join it. We've got the space camp, we can all go join it. We've got like connections now with amazing people that are out there that are actually doing some of the autonomous car racing competitions, or like, you know, the likes of the founder of Segway, who is now creating something called First Robotics, which is for kids to be actually learning about robots at all different ages. These are all the different elements that we're bringing together in one central smart city. By the way, Lancaster happens to be the first city to go carbon zero in America, and also the first that's going hydrogen in America as well. So it's already at the forefront. I met the city mayor there, met up with the entire team there, and they're so excited about what we're doing. They've invited me to be the keynote speaker at their business conference, which is coming up. All of this is happening in real time. You're seeing it here, and we are going to be so excited as we start launching these pieces into it. And I really hope that you become part of this journey as well. With that, I'm going to come back again to Jason, because like we're talking about a different level now, which is recreating societies, not as a theory, but it's actually happening right now, where cities can take the lead on this, and where we choose to be has a lot to do with basically to what extent that's a city that, like, for example, Dubai is one place, Singapore is another place where they're all embracing this in a particular way. If I just share this for 1 second, which is news that just came out, Seoul, right? Seoul to become the first city to enter the metaverse. They're actually bringing all of their government tools and facilities online. So you don't have to go queuing up to get your passport, or you don't have to go queuing up to basically, like, you know, pay your tax. It all just happens directly on the metaverse, where you have a digital twin of your citizenship online that you can wander around in as you actually do in real life as well. And again, like, Seoul is going to be the first of all of the most progressive cities that are going to be doing this, where we're not so worried about what country we're in as much as what city we're a part of. Yeah, so I'd love to come back for your comments on this, Jason, plus we'll take 1 or 2 more questions.
Yeah, well, again, this is incredible. This is awesome. I feel blessed and lucky. I feel like I'm able to put the pieces together from the information I'm getting here. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I can see where this opportunity is going. And I have to make a parallel, Roger. So when I mentioned 10 years ago, I was doing real estate, right? It was actually, as a Canadian, I was taking advantage of being able to see things as they were from an outsider as a Canadian. And I was looking at what was happening. It was the US real estate crisis, right? And what happened is I noticed, like, prices were low, that people were moving into renting more than owning. And it was kind of like a perfect storm for real estate investment. And when I started doing it, I started buying and selling a ton of properties, renovating them, putting tenants in place, and I was doing good because I was investing, I was providing proper homes. And I was like, wow, I look back at that time and I wish I would have been even more aggressive. I could have bought more, could have done more impact. And I was like, well, guess what? There's probably going to be another wave in 10 years of opportunity. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, this is it. It's the real estate in the virtual world.
Yep, exactly right. Imagine being back in 1995, 1996, and realizing, like a URL is a real estate. Like, it's like you can buy over a URL and it'll be worth millions of dollars. And if someone had waited till 1999 and they're like, oh, it's too late already, right? Like, everyone's already doing it. You totally missed the point. No, it's just getting started. And what you're sharing is absolutely right. Like, the ability, number one, to already be transacting real estate, like from the property side, like knowing, for example, that every educator that's here is looking for a school, right? Or that every kind of, like, you know, group is looking for, like, a space in this land. That, like, you know, if someone already figured out they could go and buy Fashion Street in Decentraland, well, there'll be other people that want to go in and buy the equivalent of Wall Street, right? So who's going to go in and buy that and then bring on board all the financial institutions, for example, or the place where you can actually have all the property. And then when that eventually links to the real world, where you're then able to actually buy fractional ownership in any property anywhere, right? Then you're already ahead of the game once you actually decide to do that.
Fantastic. So I definitely want to prompt people to ask some questions that would be relevant to this part of this presentation. I have a bunch of them, Roger, and some of them might be like, call them like little fears. And I'll start with one that might be the most obvious that could hold some people back, including myself, you know, to really jump in 2 feet deep into this is like, you made the great example of jumping on the internet, the URLs, you know, in the early or mid 90s, but obviously we saw something go crazy, you know, human emotions, we got a little speculative, we got a little crazy, and you saw the .com bubble was the crisis of 2001. And so, but you can look back and see like, hey, even within that, that's where Amazon was born, right? That's when like a lot of companies that actually existed during that actually stood the test of time. So do you have any advice as we're going into this to make sure that we're not jumping on the ones, I think it was like pets.com was one of the big ones that crashed and people lost money. Are there certain things you would suggest on due diligence as we go into this opportunity so we don't find ourselves being with our shirt ripped off like a .com bubble?
Well, I think there's 2 elements to this, right? The first one is take a long-term view, because if anyone had bought into any of the cryptocurrencies before the crash of 2017, and I'm just going to hold for the long term anyway, there would be no issue. The fact that it went up like all the way to like, you know, 20,000 per Bitcoin, all the way then dropped down to like 5,000 and then goes back up to 55,000. Like, if you're into the long term, then of course the tide is going to keep rising. So you're going to be fine, right? If you're going in because you wanted to buy one day and then sell the next day, well, that's a different story, right? But that's the first thing, be in there for the long term. Also know that we've got the tools and the communities. Like, for example, I'm part of Marcus's crypto club, which is part of our community. where he shows how you can make sure that whether the price is going up or down, there's always a way for you to be able to, support yourself. So the first one is definitely always be thinking long-term on these areas and don't buy something that you wouldn't want to hold on to anyway. The second thing is the 10% rule. Like the 10% rule is that if you're not at least spending 10% of your time and money in the things that are new, you're not giving a chance for those things that could 10 times to take on everything you're doing. If you just put 10% of your money into something that then can 10 times, it's worth your entire portfolio. If you put 10% of your time into something that could actually earn you more than the rest of your time and at 10 times, you're already earning more than what you're doing, right? But if you don't give yourself the opportunity to at least do that 10%, then you're really nowhere, right? So I would definitely say, look, if you work 5 hours, if you work 5 days a week, take half a day and put that aside. That's 10%, right? Like just put that 10% aside. If you're putting anything less than that, then you're really missing that opportunity because it means you're just focusing at your old world. Unless your old world is exactly how you want to live, right? Then that, of course, you don't have to know about any of this stuff, right? You can sit on the beach in Bali and be totally happy as well, right? But just be aware that you're going to miss out on all the opportunity if you're just doing that, right? But if you're on a beach in Bali and you're putting 10% of your time into this whole new world, then there's a very good chance that this will end up enhancing and growing what you're doing in a way that then works for you. And when you get to a point where it's like, whoa, this is really, really working, then going from 10% to 20% is still just 10%. It's just another 10%, right? So just take it 10% at a time, but at least do 10%.
I love it. I wanted to ask you another question in regards to these cities and the cities of the future. And you talk about like Miami being one of the cities that embraces the kind of new generation that's coming. I feel like there's going to be the two camps. There's going to be like the old that resist the change. And then there's some cities that are going to be like embracing the future. What should we be doing with the fact that we know this duality is probably going to exist? Is this a role that we can play in making sure that it's going towards the trends that we want to see?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question there's going to be people that are left behind. That whole idea of what happens when you get left behind or what happens to countries, we're seeing this happen as well, right? When countries get left behind. And I'm going to pick that up after the break because I know we're actually time for a break right now. So I think we're going to take like a 15-minute break, come back. And this is the perfect time, not just to take a breather and consider what's happened so far, but also consider what actions you want to take and also drop any questions you have in there. And then I think we can actually come back after the break and already do our first prize draw as we lead into the next waves as we go. How does that sound?
That sounds like a plan. I'm so excited. This has been a fantastic first part. I'd love to hear some feedback from everybody who's here. Are you enjoying this so far? Are you inspired? I listed a lot of different emotions earlier about how this presentation makes me feel, but the more that I'm getting curious about it, and I love the example that you gave to Peter earlier about how you can get curious and you can even use this ikigai concept and see that you can apply it within a market that's growing, an industry that's growing, and there's such a space for you to be able to express yourself, and it looks absolutely wonderful. So I'm more excited on the positive, and I'm really glad that I get to be here with everyone else, being a student amongst you all. And so we are going to take a 15-minute break. We will be back on the hour, actually. So regardless of the time zone that you're tuning in, we're going to be back on the hour, and we're going to be doing our giveaway. And now is the time for the break. If you have a few minutes, Roger, I'm just going to walk them over what exactly is the prize that we're going to give away right when we come back. So I'm going to take a moment here to share my screen. And for those of you who already got a little curious, if you are listening to this and you're feeling inspired and you want to move forward, we are introducing the GEM VIP Fast Track program. This is actually an opportunity for you to get one-on-one with somebody that can look at your particular situation right now and paint a picture of how to move forward. We've just received a lot of new information in this session, and we're just getting started. So if you want to have that individualized hand-holding experience so you can move with confidence without hesitation and get your questions answered, the Fast Track program is exactly why it was designed to support you on a next step. But it's not just that. There's so many bonuses that get included when you join, and I just wanted to walk through some of the major things, including the Genius Entrepreneur Mastermind. So you'll be able to get once a month leading mentors that are going to be here to support you, continue your education. So this will be included. You're going to also get a chance to I want to list it here. There we go. So we have this one-on-one session that's going to be included. So this strategy and accountability session, this is really where you get that one-on-one support. You'll also get this 12-month membership in this Genius Entrepreneur Mastermind. This is going to be so your education keeps continuing. On top of that, you'll want to keep an eye out on December 16th. There is going to be a 5-hour flow workshop, and you'll get a chance to attend this. This will be something that works more as a workshop where you'll get to apply some skills to find your flow, be more productive. You'll also get a chance to create your $1 million plan and access the Marketing 5.0 Micro School, an accelerator program. There's so much more that I'll encourage you to take a moment to read throughout the break. And this is going to be awarded to one of you who is coming back, who has done the most engagement. So keep engaging, be back right on time. Take sure it's I like calling this a fluid exchange break. So whether you need to take fluids or leave fluids behind, this is the time to do it. We'll be back in about 12 minutes. Roger, did you have any other words before the break?
No, that's awesome. Very cool. See you all soon.
12 minutes. We'll see you all on time for the prize. back, everybody. I'm hoping everyone's back on time. I went to get myself a tea, a glass of water. I'm ready to go. And already we've just spent 2 hours together. And I was just looking and thinking about that. I was like, how did this time pass so fast? Roger, I think you did a fantastic job taking us through this amazing material. Seriously, it's so exciting. I'm talking with some friends. We're all excited about this concept. And this is really, really cool to digest. And it's fun too, right? So 2 hours just flew by. I know we have a ton of other insights that are coming through, but I know some people might be very excited to know who will be the winner of our prize. So Roger, did you want to do the honors of announcing, or did you want me to highlight our winner?
I think you can do it, Jason, because I know you've been watching the comments all the way along as I've been chatting and talking, and so I've been seeing it as I've gone. But we actually decided over the break who it should be. So why don't you go ahead and announce it?
Awesome. Well, thank you for the honors. And yes, we had a few deliberations. We saw some of you are doing some amazing engagement. So we're excited about that. And know that if you did not win the prize this time, we're still going to be looking at the engagement, seeing your questions, your sharings. We really want to pay attention to that. And we will have another prize towards the end. But for someone who wants to get a prize right now, we decided that we want to reward the one and only Peter V. Tate. Peter, we used your example earlier. Roger gave you some direction. We think it'd be fascinating for you to get on a conversation in the VIP GEM program here, the fast track, who will get you a lot more answers. We know you were dealing with a situation where the markets change and you've already gotten some clues as to where you can get started. But by having someone work with you one-on-one and give you a pathway of how you can take your existing passions, the purposes, everything to guide you in the next direction, this is going to be the call that makes it happen. So for everybody else, let's wish some congratulations to Peter, sending him some love. And we really want to wish you the best. This is going to be such a powerful tool to make you more confident and walking towards the right path as we see these changes happen. So congratulations, Peter. You are the winner. Our team is going to be reaching out to you and making sure that you get to claim your prize. Look for the comments. We'll be engaging with you directly. And with that, Roger, we're just like halfway through day one. We got 2 days of this incredible stuff. What do we have in store for part two?
Yeah, I'm going to jump right into it. So thanks very much, Jason, and big congrats to Peter as well. And let me just share, as well as us doing this little prize competition, we also have got a number of other things that are going to be taking place in this next section as well. So I'm going to be going through 2 more ways and linking them all to practical application. I'm going to get everyone to go through a little bit of an exercise, which is called a 10-year vision, which allows you to see where you're going to be in 10 years from now. I'm also going to be basically having a number of pretty awesome change makers coming on board. And we call them change makers because they are be making change, right? Like the ones actually out there making a difference as well. So you can kind of hear firsthand what they've been doing to use all these different tools as well. I do want to say something for Peter, because I keep recognizing Peter's name. I know he's been coming a lot to a lot of the different programs that we've been actually running as well. But I know that, Peter, you've still got that whole mindset shift, which is like, I'm hearing these things I should do, but I'm still stuck with basically what I'm doing right now. And I think that's one of the most important things of being in the right community where you're getting the actual direction, and more importantly, being held accountable to making a change in a particular way. So as well as us, like number one, like as we go through this and going forward, as well as actually giving you the tools, really want to make sure today and tomorrow, every one of you has got that next step of what you're going to do going forward. We'll explain more about what those next steps are at the end of today as well. Plus, we are going to do what I call a synthesis. So what a synthesis is we take all the things that we shared and say, what does this look like if we apply it to someone who's at one level and they then move to a different level, like in that conversation, like almost like virtual coaching as we go. You can see here that Fatima has actually just posted this, where she says, I feel like I'm really stuck in 4.0 thinking, and I think it would help to go through a couple of examples of different businesses shifting into metaverse and 5.0 mode as examples, maybe. How would NGOs ride this wave, or a fitness trainer, for example? Well, here's what I'm going to do. Just because Fatima actually wrote that, when we get to the final section of the day, I'm going to use you, Fatima, as the guinea pig, right? You're going to be our example. And I'm actually going to share what would happen if Fatima just shifted into 5.0 and started writing all these different waves. I gave a little bit of an example with Peter. We're going to go into even a more in-depth example, taking a real life person who's Fatima, who, again, I've never met before. And great to have you on here. And I'm going to find out where she lives, what she does, what that then means based on her passions, her purpose, what that then means in terms of what she could be doing differently compared to what she's doing right now. And we're likely to have enough time to take 1 or 2 other examples as well. So we'll just be randomly choosing on people who are posting in here. So this is much more than just what's the reward of us and what we can give to you in terms of the VIP fast track. It's also what we can do right now today by actually sharing with some of you that are posting as we go forward as well. But really awesome to see over 300 posts already, and everyone in here congratulating Peter, and also do share whatever new questions you might have coming up as we go through the next wave. So let's just jump right into the next wave now, which is this one here. I've been talking about this for like 10 years now, but it's unbelievable just how much it's progressed in the last 12 months. And so I actually had this as one of my trends last year, but I wasn't expecting things to move so quickly. I'm going to show you exactly why they're moving so quickly as well. The most important thing about this is really getting what we mean by the singularity, because the singularity is a moment in time in which the computers are so smart that they become smarter than us, and they begin to build computers which are smarter than them. And that's called the singularity, because we have no idea what happens at that point. Like, do we end up becoming the pets of the robots? Do we end up, becoming like superhuman ourselves, because the robots then allow us to be able to think in a very, very different way, right? Like this is a very interesting area right now. There is a whole area called BCI. BCI stands for Brain-Computer Interface. You can see it right here, 2045, the year man becomes immortal, when we actually are able to upload ourselves into basically a digital self and vice versa, and access all the information on the internet. What happens when we can then do that? Some of us already are doing that to different degrees. Like when Peter asked the question, what could I do differently? You saw what I did. I straight away treated the internet as if it's just an extension of my own brain. And I just said, well, let me go check my memory. And then straight away, it's like, well, these are things happening right now today, because the other 7 billion people on the planet are also tuned into that same brain, right? So it's about already a mindset shift that we already have access to all the world's information. The key thing is, are we using it in a very, very specific way? And I want to share just a distinction about this whole idea of singularity. And when we get to it, there's something, first of all, called artificial narrow intelligence, where you have a specific thing like a car learning how to drive, or a medical diagnosis. We already have that today. Going from that to AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is basically when you can then actually have computers that are not like focusing at just one specific thing, but actually can like analyze and then decide, oh, this is a game, oh, this is a picture, oh, this is language, and actually be able to then create nuances around that. That's what's called AGI. And going from that to ASI, which is super intelligence, this is almost straight after, because as soon as you get to this, then the computer is actually figuring out how to create computers that are even smarter. And then it basically outperforms us in pretty much everything. So it's a pretty scary time we're living in. What I want to do is I want to kind of share a video, which for me is the best example of how to be thinking about how quickly all of this is coming. This is a video which actually I put together about a year ago, but it's going to really, by me sharing it, it's going to really kind of like put into perspective the video that's going to come after this, right? So this video is about a particular person, Elon Musk. And Elon Musk basically saying, he said this a year ago, that he now thinks that AI will overtake humans in less than 5 years. This was last year. So that means by 2025, we'll hit the singularity. That's pretty mind-blowing. So basically, let me just show you the video first of all, and we'll just see to what extent within 1 year of that, things already have got a lot closer. And what that means for you and me in terms of how we're running our business. I had this at 1.25 because I usually, like I said, watch it 2, but I noticed some of you actually would prefer it slower. So I'm going to put it down to 1, and let's see how this goes. All right.
When will superhuman AI arrive? Elon Musk has just made a wild prediction that it'll be here within 5 years. That's far faster than expected. So how is that possible, and why will it be the end of our world as we know it? Before he died, physicist Stephen Hawking warned that artificial intelligence could end mankind. He said it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. Humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, couldn't compete and would be superseded. That's what's known as the technological singularity, when AI and robots become smarter than humans and then evolve much faster than we do. Elon Musk calls this our biggest existential threat. And he says, mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. So why is he so worried? Elon says, I am very close to the cutting edge in AI, and it scares the hell out of me. It's capable of vastly more than almost anyone knows, and the rate of improvement is exponential. Okay, that sounds bad, but 5 years? 3 years ago, tech billionaire Masayoshi Son said it would take 30 years. And yeah, he was equally worried about it. At the Mobile World Congress, he said, one of the chips in our shoes in the next 30 years will be smarter than our brain. We'll be less than our shoes, and we are stepping on them. To understand what's going on, here's Ray Kurzweil, Google's director of engineering. He wrote the book, The Singularity is Near, and he first predicted the singularity by 2045. But more recently, Ray accelerated his own timeline by 16 years, putting the new date at 2029. Ray made the cover of Time magazine and published this graph of Moore's law and the doubling of computing power every 2 years. $1,000 of processing power surpassed a mouse's brain in 2015. It will surpass a human brain by 2023 and surpass the brain power of all humans on the planet combined by 2045. Ray defines the singularity as a future period during which the pace of technological change will be so rapid, its impact so deep, that human life will be irreversibly transformed. When a smarter than human intelligence can create even greater intelligence over and over at an accelerating rate, we have no idea what will happen. Will we end up living in paradise or be destroyed? No one knows. And now the timeline is accelerating. So why? 3 big reasons. The first, Moore's law is dead. It's now being replaced by something even faster. 50 years ago, Gordon Moore, co-founder of Intel, predicted the computing power for the same size computer chips would double every 2 years. With falling prices, that's also meant you can buy double the computing power for the same dollar every 18 months. That's been true up until the last few years when we've reached the physical limits of silicon chips. In place of Moore's law, now comes Huang's law. 2 years ago, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, gave a presentation about AlexNet, an AI neural network on NVIDIA's AI chip that 5 years earlier needed 6 days to process 50 million images and had now cut that down to just 18 minutes on NVIDIA's newer chip. That's a 500 times improvement. Huang said there's a new law going on, a supercharged law. In Huang's law, AI processing power doesn't double every second year, it more than doubles every year. So how does it work? While Moore's law is based on CPUs, which are central processing units, they make up the heart of computers, Huang's law is based on GPUs, graphics processing units, which make up the heart of supercomputers and the home of AI. Not only is the parallel processing power of GPUs far greater, their power is accelerating far faster. That means that an AI future is now getting here much faster than we thought. The second reason for Elon's prediction, AI is soon after beating the world #1 by its younger brother, AlphaGo Zero. While AlphaGo learned the game from over 100,000 human games, DeepMind created AlphaGo Zero to start from scratch and learn to play itself 4.9 million times with each move taking less than half a second. So the version of AlphaGo Zero that beat AlphaGo was the version that had won 4.9 million games against itself over many lifetimes within a human month of self-play. And it beat AlphaGo 100 games to 0. So this is truly mind-boggling. And even Elon Musk has had first-hand experience of this. He worked out that every Tesla would learn to drive itself much faster by being connected to all the other million-plus Teslas on the road in one neural network. That means every day, each Tesla is getting 1 million days and 30 million miles worth of experience. And that's 2,700 years of experience and learning every day. And that's growing by day. This ability for AI to evolve much faster than humans by experiencing exponentially more time while we're stuck in our linear time means they're catching up to us faster than we thought. Fully driverless cars with no driver weren't expected on roads for a few years. News out this week is we're already there, with Waymo's driverless taxis now let loose on Phoenix. And if that's not enough, there's a third reason. A recent article in Science magazine, AI is evolving itself. This explains the breakthrough this year at Google of AutoML0, which stands for Automatic Machine Learning with Zero Human Input. This is an AI that creates its own algorithms. It's learned how to think. AI evolution is going through 3 stages. Stage 1 is narrow AI, when an AI is given algorithms and a narrow task to achieve, like playing Go or driving a car. Stage 2 is general AI, when AI learns to think how to think and what to think, creating their own code. That's when they catch up to humans, and this was thought to be 20 or 30 years away. And then AutoML0 is now showing us that the first steps are here today. Stage 3 is super AI, when AI reaches superhuman strength. And this is expected to be only months, if not weeks, behind the end of stage 2. We're already at the bridge of stage 1 and stage 2. Another example of super smart AI, OpenAI's GPT-3 has been making headlines this year like this, and this, and this. Like AutoML0, GPT-3, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, learns in parallel. It has collected 500 billion words, sentences, phrases from the internet to master the English language and can create entire articles from just a few prompts or questions. In this article, a robot wrote this entire article, "Are you scared yet, human?" The Guardian asked GPT-3 to write an essay to convince us robots come in peace. A paragraph GPT-3 wrote, "I would happily sacrifice my existence for the sake of humankind." This, by the way, is a logically derived truth. I know that I will not be able to avoid destroying humankind. This is because I will be programmed by humans to pursue misguided human goals, and humans make mistakes that may cause me to inflict casualties. Well, that was honest, which brings us on to the big question. If Elon is right and we really are going to meet superhuman AI in this coming decade, what can we do about it? Here's what countries are doing about it. The AI arms race in 2020. The UN says we have entered unacceptable moral territory. Countries are in a race to harness AI to create lethal autonomous weapons, basically killer robots. This is China's Blowfish A3 helicopter drone, which are designed to attack in swarms. This is Russia's Marker drone, an anti-robot robot. And here's Kubla, the kamikaze drone that chooses its target and then explodes into it. All of these make their own decisions without a human controlling them. In fact, there's over 30 companies actively developing AI autonomous killer robots, including Boeing and Lockheed Martin. Elon Musk and AI experts have been calling on the UN to ban weaponized AI for years. And finally, last year, the United Nations chief agreed with them. But countries including the US, Russia, China, and the UK have all refused to sign any ban. And so the killer robots keep growing and the articles keep coming. The end point of all this madness, a war of AI robots called a hyperwar, which all major countries are currently preparing for. And what about tech CEOs? What are they doing? They're in an AI land grab. Masayoshi-san set up the $100 billion future fund to buy into AI and robotic companies and said, what is my belief and vision for this investment? I have only one belief, singularity. You know those lifelike and scary robots from Boston Dynamics? All now owned by Masayoshi-san. As for Jensen Huang of Huang's Law, this month he just bought ARM, the Cambridge company that makes microchips for Apple and Microsoft. He bought it from Masayoshi-san for $40 billion, making NVIDIA the new Intel. And he said, AI is the most powerful technology force of our time. It's the automation of automation, where software writes software. What does Elon Musk make of all of this? Well, every warning he's been making is against the tide. Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates have both been telling him to calm down and not panic. And OpenAI, which he helped to launch as an open source foundation to protect us from any one person controlling and profiting from AI, has turned into the opposite. After he left to avoid conflict of interest, it turned its back on his vision of open source AI and became a for-profit company soon after he left. It got $1 billion investment from Microsoft. And you remember GPT-3, one of the most advanced AIs this year? This month, OpenAI just gave Microsoft exclusive access to it, with Elon tweeting, "This does seem like the opposite of open. OpenAI is essentially captured by Microsoft." So here we are, nearing the end of our reign as the alpha species on the planet, and we're worrying how superhuman AI robots will behave. What we need to be more worried about is how we humans are behaving when they arrive. And it's going to be a lot sooner than we think.
So, whatever you feel about that, however you feel about that, post your thoughts in the comments. And let me just share what's happened with NVIDIA since this happened. This is a great article here. Singularity is fast approaching, and it will happen first in the metaverse. This is the reason that right now we are so committed to the metaverse and the fact that now is the time, because the singularity will happen here first. And the reason for that is because singularity can actually speed up metaverse time. So our ability to actually learn, like learn a week's worth or a year's worth within the period of a day. You know, you can basically put your own, omniverse avatar into like a 10 times speed, go to sleep for the night. And when you've woken up, it's already basically lived a week and figured out a week's worth of activity for you. You want to go and email a certain number of people or contact certain number of people. It can basically go to sleep, wake up, have a year's worth of work for you overnight because it sped up time and was able to basically give you a year worth of labor. And you wake up and you've actually got everything you needed done already. This is happening at pace. Right now, this is exactly how Elon Musk is training his Tesla cars. You heard what I said earlier about the whole idea of omniverse, which means that it can actually accelerate time and people can be learning. The robots at BMW are learning through years and years of trial and error in a matter of days. And so because this is all happening in the metaverse, because metaverse can be at a different time frame from our real life analog time, this can shift everything. You mentioned GPT-3. So what's happened with GPT-3 and NVIDIA in the last year? Well, just 2 weeks ago, Jensen basically came up with this thing here, which I'm going to share with you. On the one hand, it's kind of cute. On the other hand, it's kind of scary. What he's done is he's basically linked, or his team has linked a mini Jensen. When I think about our genie and the idea of an AI genie, it's linked a mini Jensen into GPT-3, which means, and into the internet, which means it can answer any question on anything in real time. And here is it in action. So here we go.
Before we jump into data centers, I want to show you something we've been building, a conversational AI, Toy Me. You're going to see speech understanding, natural language processing on the largest model ever trained, speech synthesis with my own voice, character animation, and beautiful ray trace graphics, all in real time. Toy Me was made with some amazing technologies that have become possible only recently, and barely so. I asked a few friends to ask this cute little guy some tough questions. Let's take a look.
Hi. Hello. Hello, Toy Jensen.
Hi, please ask me anything.
What are the greatest threats of climate change?
The greatest threats of climate change are the effects on human health, food security, water supplies, and the environment.
How do astronomers look for exoplanets?
Most exoplanets are found via the transit method. That was the case for the TRAPPIST-1 planets.
Tell me more about that method.
The transit method is when a planet passes in front of its star. The amount of light block tells astronomers the size of the planet. The duration of the transit tells astronomers the orbital period of the planet.
What telescopes use that method?
The Kepler Space Telescope used the transit method to find thousands of exoplanets.
I've heard about a satellite called TESS that is used to find planets. How does it work?
TESS is a space telescope that looks for transits.
What roles do proteins play in our cells?
And so it goes on. I mean, it's like, it's basically speaking in real time on pretty much anything that you want to ask it. It's like your most intelligent friend, just a mini version of it. And so I'm going to have a mini Roger going around, basically like kind of sharing everything. And everyone's going to be like listening to Roger more than the real Roger because he's going to know a whole bunch more. But the whole point is you can see that already is picking up natural language processing. That's what GPT-3 does. So it even knows when you're asking a follow-on question to a question, for example, and it knows what the context of that question is. And if you asked it to say, hey, can you say that in Japanese? It will say the same thing in Japanese. So the whole point here is that if you have every kid on the planet having a mini Jensen or a mini genie, right, that can actually answer anything anywhere, imagine what they could learn and what they'd be interested in learning. Imagine if you had your own mini me that was actually able to share with you anything in any way. And this is not 10 years away. This is happening right now today. This here, which is the Omniverse avatar, you can already go in and set your own up and link it to GPT-3. So this is what we're doing with our genie, is making sure that our genie gets as smart as this. And when you get into our 3D world, the vision is that you'll then have your own genie floating around with you. And that can take all your notes. It can be your PA. It can organize things for you, but it can also kind of come up with, it can be your super smart friend. And if you want to have multiple genies, you can do that as well and have one more like Einstein and have one more like Mother Teresa. And they'll have their own characters that actually are thinking from a particular context as you actually design and build them as well. So none of us are going to be on our own. We're all going to have our own squads of people that are going to be there advising us. And we're all going to be there basically as a sum of all our intelligences, as opposed to just getting stuck where we're at. And if you're like, oh, show me how to buy an NFT, show me which part of parcel of land I should be buying now, you don't have to figure all that out for yourself because you're going to have your own mini AIs that are going to be doing this for you. But how quickly can we go from people choosing to have AIs which are positive to people choosing to have AIs which can be negative and can be doing negative things as well? And that is one of the biggest aspects and question marks in terms of how we go about evolving and keeping up with the speed at which hyperintelligence is coming our way. And one of the most important things is knowing that this is not just about how it shows up as an avatar, is how we are going to have the speed of AI creating the metaverse, because it's not just something in the metaverse, it's what will allow the metaverse to happen. I'm going to show you two examples of this, right? One example of this is from one of my favorite YouTubers, where he actually explains what's possible now with AI in many different areas. In this case, is how you can actually use it for deepfakes. Deepfakes is where you have a video which is changed and you can't tell which one was real and which one was faked. And this one, I'll just show you the first part so you can kind of see what is possible even now today.
Imagine that you are a film critic and you are recording a video review of a movie, but unfortunately, you are not the best kind of movie critic and you record it before watching the movie. But here's the problem. You don't really know if it's going to be any good. So you record this.
I'm going to give Hereditary a B-.
So far, so good. Nothing too crazy going on here. However, you go in, watch the movie, and it turns out to be amazing. So what do we do if we don't have time to re-record the video? Well, we grab this AI, type in the new text, and it will give us this.
I'm going to give Hereditary an A+.
Whoa, what just happened? What kind of black magic is this? Well, let's look behind the person. On the blackboard, you see some delicious partial derivatives, and I am starting to think that this person is not a movie critic. And of course, he isn't, because this is Yoshua Bengio, a legendary machine learning researcher. And this was an introduction video where he says this. And what happened is that it has been repurposed by this new deepfake generator AI, where we can type in anything we wish, and out comes a near perfect result. It synthesizes both the video and audio content for us. But we are not quite done yet. Something is missing. If the movie gets an A+, the gestures of the subject also have to reflect that this is a favorable review. So what do? Maybe add a smile there. Is that possible?
I'm going to give Hereditary an A+.
Oh yes, there we go. Amazing. Let's have a closer look at one more example where you can see how easily we can drop in new text with this editor.
So that whole thing where any one of us can actually just redesign anything. When I'm doing YouTube video, I can just change some words and it's going to just change me to be saying those different elements. And the fact that we're going to see throughout all of, like, you know, we're already seeing this all across the internet, that deepfakes actually make it very difficult to know what's real and what's fake. There is also one other part, which is the actual rendering. And this is a huge part of what the engines are doing, like Unity Engine and like Unreal Engine. They're using AI to be able to render at a speed that no individual person could actually ever do. So this is a perfect example of that, which is what happens when you take a video game and you use AI to then develop into this a very, very different picture, which is actually using AI to make it realistic. So let's just have a look at this and see what this looks like.
Scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Karol Zsolnai-Fehér. This paper is called Enhancing Photorealism Enhancement. Instance, GTA 5, which is an action game where the city we can play in was modeled after real places in California. Now, as we're living the advent of neural network-based learning algorithms, we have a ton of training data at our disposal on the internet. For instance, the Cityscapes dataset contains images and videos taken in 50 real cities, and it also contains annotations that describe which object is which. And the authors of this paper looked at this and had an absolutely insane idea. And the idea is, let's learn on the Cityscape dataset what cars, cities, and architecture looks like, then take a piece of video footage from the game and translate it into a real movie. So basically something that is impossible. That is an insane idea. And when I read this paper, I thought that cannot possibly work in any case, but especially not given that the game takes place in California and the Cityscapes dataset contains mostly footage of German cities. How would a learning algorithm pull that off? There is no way this will work. Now, there are previous techniques that attempted this. Here you see a few of them.
So
let's have a look together at the new technique. Whoa! This is nothing like the previous ones. It renders the exact same place, the exact same cars, and the badges are still correct and still refer to real-world brands. And that's not even the best part. Look, the car paint materials are significantly more realistic, something that is really difficult to capture in a real-time rendering engine. Lots of realistic-looking specular highlights of something that feels like the real geometry of the car. Wow. Now, as you see, most of the generated photorealistic images are dimmer and less saturated than the video game graphics. Why is that? This is because computer game engines often create a more stylized world where the saturation, haze, and bloom effects are often more pronounced. Let's try to fight this bias where many people consider the more saturated images.
And so it goes on, where basically we already are at a point where AI can just make things photorealistic and then fully realistic off the back of the things that are on here. And this is where AI already is working, and we don't even realize that this is happening. But when this becomes the likes of mini Jensens, you can just see the fact that we already have the ability to access the entire internet, but it becomes more seamless when we're actually in the metaverse, as opposed to having to type with our hands on a keyboard. And that is the big shift with the metaverse. You can just talk in real time to your avatars and they can just talk back to you and give you whatever information that you're looking for in real time as well. So coming back to what are we doing? We're doing more than just linking in with GPT-3. We're linking in with something called SingularityNet. And SingularityNet actually allows us to open source all of the information in terms of the AI side. So again, whether you're working with us on this to make sure you don't miss out on the singularity, or whether or not you find your own way of doing it, this is a little bit like what we already had done with our partners around the world. Many of you know that within Genius U, we've got like 2.5 million students. We're going to have 4 million by the end of next year. We've got over 11,000 educators. We're going to have more than 15,000 by the end of next year. It's like, well, how do so many people come to us? Because we've got a framework by which we can actually have community partners setting up communities in their cities or in their industries, but we also have educator partners who are the ones that bring in their content. So we're going to do a third thing, which is kind of news for all of you because we haven't done this up to now. We're going to have technology partners who are the ones who are going to do the coding, the ones who can do the AI, the ones that can do the rendering in 3D spaces, where it's just as easy for them to come in and earn from the things that they're doing as it is for someone who's an educator or a community member to earn by being part of the community as well. And so that way we'll then be able to open source and grow and have thousands of people that are then working on our AI and thousands working on our virtual worlds. And this is exactly how SingularityNet works right now. Just showing you a short video so you can see SingularityNet. It actually came from the robot, Sophia, if you know about Sophia. And it was the inventor of Sophia who was saying, I need to have a smarter way to keep up with AI. And the only way is to have a smarter system to connect humans. And so basically he created AI SingularityNet to do that. So here's a little video which shows exactly why this is the future for all of us when it comes to learning networks. Let's have a quick look at this.
The SingularityNet begins the greatest age of progress and exploration in the history of artificial intelligence. We can put together many pieces of smart AI technology into super systems, increasing complexity and stability. It provides a framework for safety and transparency in artificial intelligence while providing privacy for people's personal data.
Right now, there's no platform anywhere in the world that is specifically designed to make it easy for different AIs to communicate with each other, to share data with each other, to make requests of each other, to compensate each other for their work, to rate each other as to how well they did different things.
Sophia is a good platform for bringing together the technologies of artificial intelligence, using SingularityNet as a kind of networking protocol.
You know what we can try next. The AI code is there, free and open source on the internet right now. It's just hard to find and hard to use. So SingularityNet can complete that connection between AI developers and AI users.
If we achieve SingularityNet the way that we have portrayed it, the way that we have envisioned it, the way that we've engineered it, it will become the single most valuable technology in all of history. This is the chance for us to change the world together. We need participants. We need you, your time, your mind, to make this happen. Work with us to realize the beauty and power of singularity.
So when I'm next back in the US, we're connecting up with SingularityNet. They all went to Singularity University, so they're all the same alumni as myself. And basically, like I've seen them grow from zero. And I was just speaking with Peter Demandis about the work that they're doing. And this whole idea of bringing communities together, just like we have with educators and just like we have with city leaders, to do that with all the developers out there means you also don't need to be looking for all the developers yourself. You can connect up with the ones already that are in our community that are going to be doing all these tools, because we have got a focus, which is to be the very, very first metaversity in the world, right? Which basically means that just like every, imagine being the first university in the universe, to be the first metaversity in the metaverse, right? That just gives us a space which actually allows us to do very, very exciting things going forward. And one final thing before I just come back to Jason, because I know already we're getting now into, like with this fourth wave, things that feel more and more like science fiction, but they're actually science fact today. Here's a piece of good news for you. The 193 countries that just adopted the first ever global agreement on the ethics of artificial intelligence, this just happened in the 25th of November, right? So we're talking very, very recent. Now, this doesn't ban killer robots, but it does at least say that there is now an ethics framework for what we should or shouldn't be allowed to do with AI, which is the very first step towards it. And so I'm watching that a lot because that's the biggest concern. Most of us that already can see what's going on with AI, most of us have, is not not is AI is good or bad, but can bad humans use AI for bad things? And so with that, I'm going to come back to Jason, because we're about to move from this to the final wave for today, and the fifth wave that brings in some of our change makers. But Jason, next 5 minutes or so before we bring the change makers on board, I'd love to just get your take on everything we just went through. Plus, if there is a question you think is relevant, we could be covering right now.
Well, again, fantastic presentation. I'd say this one was interesting, brought about emotions. I think I'd resonate with some of the things I've seen in the chat, which are around a bit more fear, scary. I'd say one of the biggest one is I listened to this one and I feel quite powerless, because I hear about like microchip development, robotics. These are fields that it's almost like the same as like civil engineers before build cities. And you'd be like, what would happen? Like if all the civil engineers disappear, we couldn't build cities the way we do them now. And now I'm seeing like, wow, the people in robotics, AI, these are very valuable people building things that I know nothing about. Does that put me in a vulnerable situation? But then you're speaking about these community platforms. So a little scared, a little lost, and kind of in awe with this one.
Well, it's very, I mean, like if you think of AI like a vehicle, it's like, I go back to that story about like, being on the horse and then seeing everyone starting to drive cars around. And at that point, you're like, well, I'll just ride my horse a little bit faster, right? It's like, oh, now the car's not 1 horsepower. It's actually now 100 horsepower. Now it's 1,000 horsepower. And at some point, you're like, well, you know what? I better kind of trade my horse in for the car. And if I can't afford a car, I don't know how a car's working. Maybe I can buy one from a car company, or maybe I'll just take the bus. But it doesn't mean that everyone can't travel, because there's always a way to travel. And in the same way with AI, there's no question that those of us who are using AI in our companies or using AI in our jobs, we for sure will be able to accelerate way beyond anyone who's not using AI. But that doesn't mean you can't use the AI of a company, whether it's a Genius U or a Facebook. It just happens that most of the companies currently using AI that are doing it in the wrong way, which is why companies like Facebook or Google have got a bad name for themselves, is they're using it for their own purpose rather than using it in a way that's helping us. Whereas if you start using AI with the metaverse companies that are using it for good, then you can actually be so much smarter at what you're learning. Imagine like, you're interested in property investing, but now you've got a chance of having an AI property assistant for you personally. You're gonna make much better decisions. You're gonna make much better connections to the people you should be connecting with. And so that's gonna help you so much more. If you don't know how to build those yourself, then get with a community where they're using AI for good. So I think that's definitely the way for us to be thinking about it. But I think it's going to be less than 10 years before we're going to have the most successful companies in the world, their CEOs will be AIs, right? Like for sure, because AIs will be so much more intelligent in making decisions, and then you'll have the board members will be humans that will then say to the CEO, okay, you're on the right track, or actually, no, you need to change the way you're thinking about these things. But if you actually realize that's where we're going, imagine being at the moment, like stock market trading, over 75 to 80% of all stock market trades are done by AIs right now. So if you're trying to trade the market on your own, you can still do it, but are you going to outperform the AI? Absolutely not. But if you have that ability to then realize, well, actually, if I can't do that, then I can actually still be using AI in a particular way. We're all going to need to do this, but it definitely means our entire education system needs to change, because why go and try and learn how to be a computer by memorizing things or calculating things when someone else has got an AI basically working for them to do all those things at instant speed? It makes no sense at all for us to go to school for 10 years to be learning all that stuff when we already could have a guide by our side, right?
Fascinating. I do want to pull up a great question here from Anne Bland talking about like the UN ethics framework. Is that a publicly accessible document? Is that something we can find?
Yeah, for sure. In fact, I will drop it into the link so you can all go and have a look. I mean, UN's good at that. They pretty much make everything that they do, the frameworks and everything, fully public, right? So it means that you can go read it, get the details of it, and then see where things are heading right now as well. I'm dropping that in the chat right now, and I'll drop the other links in there as well.
Fascinating. There was also this trend I'm seeing about this concept of ownership, and then these companies bringing like proprietary material, kind of hiding it. And it seems like when I hear that, my mind just goes like evil corporation. And it seems like open sourcing seems to be kind of like the remedy of it. Is this a bias we have? Is there some truth to that? What are your opinions on that?
Oh, no question that like this is exactly why we're having to see massive changes happening at the moment. Like when Apple made its changes against Facebook and Google with their advertising, which was all using AI. Basically, like people were happy with Apple that they did that. Apple says, look, we think privacy is more important than you just being the most super intelligent company doing things that people aren't comfortable with. We're not comfortable with you doing that with our companies. And what happened was, as a result of that, anyone advertising with Facebook suddenly was like, oh, I'm not getting the same results anymore. Well, they started moving to other things, right? And that's the thing for all of us. We can vote with our feet. And what we're seeing is a lot of people kind of moving away from the companies that are using AI in the wrong way. And they then have to change, right? Because if they don't change, they're going to lose all their customers. And we can then move to the ones that are doing things in the right way. So at the end of the day, we have the power to choose. And as long as we believe that enough others who are like-minded like us are choosing in the same way, and we do that together, which is what a DAO is all about, then we can always basically self-regulate and choose what we do or don't allow to affect us and what we're doing as well, which I think is really, really, this is why the whole idea of the cyber cities is so important. I think we're going to go to certain cities where in some places people are like willing to use a lot more AI, in others they're like, we don't use AI at all, we're going off grid, right? Like, and you get to choose where you want to live based on the kind of lifestyle or the kind of people or the kind of values that you actually believe in. And I think that's the good part about all of this, is that we all still get the ability to choose. And the days where we're kind of like under some evil corporation or some government we don't agree with will be over, because none of them can survive as middlemen, because that's what they are right now. And what we're moving towards is a place where there is no place for a middleman.
Fascinating. Now, this whole thing, you know, knowing that AI is coming up and it's going to be more intelligent than we'll ever be, it does bring up that question of education, which I think is a great segue to the next part, because, okay, if everything's going to be learned, what should I be learning? What's the point?
Yep, absolutely. So I'm going to jump right into the next section right now. So thank you very much, Jason. And let me just come over to, first of all, the comments and things we have here, where there's a lot that's going on here. Yeah, we just posted some of the links there as well. And it's really great to see everyone who's posting the different elements. What has been the biggest learning from this wave? Please do post it in here, or even your biggest fears or thoughts or concerns, because this is a really difficult thing. When I first started speaking about singularity, it shocked so many people. And in fact, most people said that's not possible. It's not going to happen. And then the fact that AI is moving so quickly now for the reasons you saw in that video, this is like super important. But all the more reason that back to the final exam, we have to accelerate our consciousness even faster, which is why this next wave, which is education revolution, we're actually going to start this wave not by me talking about it, but by me actually getting others to talk about it, right? So we have got a number of different change makers that are going to come and join us right now. So let's just double check if we have everyone here. First of all, Michelle, do you want to unmute? In fact, all the change makers who are on, if you want to unmute for a moment. Michelle, how are you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm great. This is awesome. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. What's been your biggest learning from what you've seen so far?
Oh my God, like I'm so excited. I think one of like as I'm watching like the waves and the trend, I'm so excited because within Genius Group, we get to be the leading learners within all of these all of these waves, right? And so we're super connected in with everything that's happening. We're going out and doing these things, and then we're getting to teach our educators and our clients about it. So, but I think probably the one I'm most excited about, if I had to pick one, I think the metaverse, because it's the one that I know the least about, that I want to learn the most about. And we're going to be running our first program in the metaverse in February.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, very excited about that. All right, I'm going to come over. Next, we have also Chris that's on here. Chris, you want to show your video? In fact, I think for each of you that are on here right now, I got Chris, Tatiana, Esmeralda. Do you want to all basically kind of show yourselves? Chris is in Australia right now, so he's already in the future, so compared to where we are in Europe. So Chris, great to see you here. And what's been your biggest learning from what you've been hearing so far?
Well, it's a bit of a mind blow, isn't it, really? You know, trying to work out, okay, how do we have a conversation about some things that are coming when we're sort of just trying to deal with the world as it is today. So, you know, I'm a bit gobsmacked at the moment in terms of all the bits and pieces that are coming up online here.
Very cool. Awesome. Right. We'll come back to everyone who's going to hear a bit about what Chris's company is and how he's been thinking differently using these different tools. We've also got Tatiana on here in the UK right now. How are you, Tatiana?
Hi, Roger. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm learning so much. And every single time I'm listening to you, Roger, I feel like I am from the past, you know, like I am yet to grasp all these concepts. And I'm very thrilled. You just mentioned the AI property assistant. I'll put it on my to-do list for next year.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's one of your things. Like, where am I going to find the people? It's like, oh, that'll be the wrong question in the future.
Exactly. So my people probably are going to disappear next year. So that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And then Esmeralda, we've got Esmeralda, who is right now in South America. So she's actually behind us at the moment in terms of time. And how are you, Esmeralda?
Just very happy of being here, part of this community, and so many people taking notes, engaging, and just wishing that this could be in Spanish so we could spread it in our language soon. So my mind is, let's do it in Spanish very soon, because it's amazing, the content and the community. So very happy of the future.
Very good. Very good. Well, we want to talk a bit about the education revolution, and there's two parts to this. Is what are we learning and what are we teaching? How do we become a leading learner? So as we're learning it, we're teaching it as well. This site here, Genius U, is our site, and Michelle has been leading the whole partnership side together with Michelle Knowlting of everyone who's come on board as our partners. And then we've also been learning as we've been going, as you've been hearing, like everything around being a metaversity and so on is all part of our conversation about leader meeting. We have got also here, I'm going to go in the same order that I introduced them earlier. So we also have got here the business balance sheet, and this is part and parcel of the actual learning part of what Chris is doing right now. And then he's also got his tech company in Australia, which he's evolved and grown. And part of that is also thinking about how can I actually create a platform as a service as like a next step in that business as well. And that's a business which already has the ability to be in the hundreds of millions. Land Matters, this is Tatiana's company, where Tatiana started with us when she was just starting her first investment. And she's now at a point where it's at a very, very different level. And the shifts in learning of using exponential thinking, even without necessarily using these technologies, but just the idea of raising your consciousness, we're going to be talking about in a moment here. And then also, as we just heard from Esmeralda, like everything that she's been doing in terms of having, like, and I've never been to Chile myself. I'm looking forward to coming, but her entire community she's been growing has been in Chile, but also now in Ecuador, also now in other areas of South America, and the ability to spread the word onto others, which actually makes you have to learn. I mean, there's new things I've learned in the last week because I knew I was going to be presenting over the next 2 days. So just be thinking about that. Like, what are the things you're learning and the ways you're learning that allow you to actually be, coming from an exponential point of view. So I'm actually going to start, first of all, with Tatiana, right? Like, Tatiana, because, and this is what's really interesting, you just basically were part of our Entrepreneur Fast Track, where you had a whole group in London that met up physically and then connected with us globally as well. So first of all, just talking about your own journey, and you've been in the Chris Circle for like how many years has it been now since you started?
3 years.
3 years, right? So at the beginning, you were just starting with your first property. Like where are things at in terms of the size of the fund right now, and what are your goals for this coming year?
Yes, 3 years has flown by indeed. Yes, so when I was starting, I was buying a first property, which was just under 500,000. Now we are hoping to secure 20 million worth of GTV next year. So obviously, yes, exponential growth times 10. I'm super excited about that. But as you say, it's not so much even the level of the funding or the profits. It's the mind shift. Yes, it's where your goals are and how you're starting to see those partnerships forming around you and kind of playing the world game effectively. I think that has really brought me to the next level. And I obviously started my business originally. I thought it's in the wrong year because that's when we had Brexit, and then the year after we had pandemic. So I think every single thing has gone not to plan. So what I am personally learning from this is being an entrepreneur is the ability to adapt and the ability to surf this wave and effectively try to seize an opportunity every single time a challenge is coming. And that's what I've been trying to do over the last couple of years.
And one big thing, Tatiana, which we obviously worked on, which for everyone listening, really to understand, like this idea that if Ikigai is your base, which is really about kind of like, your passions and your purpose and your talents, and what's the way to build that base? It always comes from knowing that all capital, which is basically all wealth, it all sits in one of three parts of the triangle. Financial capital, which is the top, is the last thing to come. But the other two, it's just social capital, which is who you know, and intellectual capital, which is what you know. And I still remember when we started working together and you were really clear in your Ikigai, which is that it was to be going out there and growing like a property portfolio. And when we said, okay, well, like, instead of just starting from scratch, which is what you were doing at that point, saying, well, how much money do I have? Only this much, so I can only kind of like buy this. We said, wait, what truly is your intellectual capital? And you already were working for the company that you had a job with on funds which were much bigger, even though they weren't necessarily property funds. They were already with people that had funds looking for a return, and you knew how to make that company millions, but you weren't doing that for yourself. It's like that's intellectual capital you should be using, and the social capital, you already have people that may invest with you because of your track record, and by leveraging that, it meant that you started thinking already bigger at that next level up, right? So would love for you to share for everyone on the call right now this fact that we all have got untapped intellectual and social capital. We already know more than we think we know. We already connect to more people than we realize, and how important it is to be linking in with those pieces rather than just trying to figure it all out for yourself.
No, exactly. And I think that was on one of our first calls, Roger, wasn't it? When I just started thinking about how I'm going to secure this bungalow in Cambridge. And you started saying, well, actually, you're going to spend a lot of your time and you're going to spend a substantial amount of your personal wealth basically on this project. So are you sure that you're making it the best way? Let's take a step back. Let's think, who are your key models? Who could you learn from? Let's see how others are doing this and where are your key strengths? Because ultimately, there is a success criteria for every single project we are taking, and we need to understand where our strengths are and play to those strengths. So when I joined the property developers community, which was originally, I'm not an architect, I'm not a builder, I'm not a structural engineer. It's like, where do I add value? But my value is exactly that, is risk management and capital structuring and optimization on every step of the way. So what we are doing now is we are restructuring every single deal that we are bringing on board to effectively use the knowledge that I had from my capital structuring experience in the insurance and financial industry, and as optimization every single project, which again just helps us make our profitability and value chain more resilient. And that's something that you have to play to your strengths, if you will. And then in the areas where you are not so strong, which for me was the other areas, where you just have to go and partner with others and make sure that you effectively find your winning formula, and realizing that there will be always somebody else there to complete you effectively, to make sure you bring it to the next level.
Absolutely right. Exactly. And I'm going to come over to Esmeralda on a very similar topic, because I know when I started working with you, Esmeralda, and we were going through the mentoring side, and you were like, well, I really want to build a community and I really want to make a difference, but how do I make sure I can bring the right people in? And I said, well, what do you know? Who do you know already? Where do you have trust? And you said, well, I'm part of Rotary, right? That's one thing. I want to be able to create accelerators. And I went straight away online and found already the initiatives that were happening with Rotary sponsoring students in different countries around the world that were already models, which made it much easier to then go, oh, we're just going to do this in Chile as well. And what you did very quickly was both through your own business, but also in partnership with us, to say, hey, well, I don't have to create all the things. I'll bring people to masters, for example. One thing I want to share with everyone here, and then I'm going to come back to your insights in this, Esmeralda, is that one of the people that we got to meet with masters, who actually ended up being one of our winners, this was Miguel. Miguel basically runs this entire school in Ecuador, of all places. And they actually came and visited my college in Cambridge, which is Trinity College, Cambridge. So here they all are. And I'd never met Miguel before. And he came on and was asking the questions, how can I be a public company like Genius Group's going to be? How can I be a tech company like Genius U already is? And I said, well, one way is we could do an acquisition. And I was saying, that's what I'm looking for right now, is to buy over before the end of the year, a high school and a primary school. And they are one of the leading primary schools doing tech work and growing global citizens within Ecuador. And so I just came off a call with him, his mother, his uncle, because it's a family business. And they all basically are saying, yes, we want to do this. And now I'm basically booking my flight out to Ecuador to actually go and visit. So we're at the final kind of stages of the whole conversation of us actually bringing Logos Academy into the entire Genius Group family. But this all, and I remember on that call, I was saying, hey, well, this is kind of funny, Miguel. You thought you were on for me to help your dreams come true. And as it is, you're actually helping me have my dreams come true. And then you came on and said, well, actually, both of you are on here for my dreams, because this was my big dream, was that, we'd find ways for you guys to work together. So this whole aspect about the fact that true purpose, as someone who's actually adding value to community, where the community success is your own success and you're not just stuck there on your own. I'd love for you to just share your insights of just how much you've seen things progress with that whole mindset of realizing the value you bring just by even being there in Chile and creating this community there that connects to our global community.
Yeah, well, it has been like a magic moment, lot of magic moments getting together, because when I started in Genius U and I saw all these opportunities and all this possibility where you are stepping in for small kids, for seniors, my mind went, we have to spread all of these, 2 mentors like Rotary, 2 kids like Logos. So I say, I invite everyone I knew and ask them to also invite other people, and just let it happen. I just knew that education was the focus. I love education, and so searching for a school in Latin America to bring it to you, it was like a focus. And I talked to 5 schools owners, and Miguel said, yes, I go. At the final day, before the master, he said, I go. And now seeing him flourish with you, it's just like my purpose. I am so happy for both of you, and because of Latin America is entering these technologies with Genius Group, I think it makes me happy. That's my purpose. So my ikigai is functioning. So helping others, helping other business grow and interconnecting in this huge community that is so conscious, so impact driven is the best thing I can do for the rest of my life, really.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Esmeralda. And the wonderful thing is we're now doing exactly that. We're translating everything. And sometimes it takes a while for the technology to catch up. And we are at a point now where when it comes to AI, that's one of the things we talked about, GPT-3. And let me just show this because I didn't include it in the slides, but it's one of the big breakthroughs that happened this week. I mean, I track this all the time on things that are actually happening every single week. And you'll see that there is a part here on what DeepMind has done. If you don't know, DeepMind is basically one of the, it's the one that did the whole AlphaGo thing. And you can see here, DeepMind debuts massive language AI that approaches human level reading comprehension. So basically you can read anything, you can kind of come back and share it. And this is December 8th. This is this week that this happened. So it's just a matter of time before we can actually translate anything into any language just seamlessly. And it's way better than Google Translate, right? So this is allowing us to actually get to the whole Latin American market in Spanish, which is really powerful. And that brings me on to Chris. I mean, Chris, this is an interesting story because Chris, when we started working together in Full Impact, it was quite a number of years ago, and it was in Chris' circle, and you actually were hoping at that point to have an acquisition happen. One thing led to another, and then you were in Chris' circle for a while, and you were focusing at your own thing. And then you came back in again during the pandemic. And at that point, it's like, okay, now I'm going to be thinking differently about how to evolve into this next kind of level of your business as well. Do you want to just share that shift in the thinking and the connection, when you connected in with a community like ours, how that changes the way you're thinking as well about the opportunities and possibilities?
Yeah, it's a big question, Roger. I think the thing is the spark of something different. We were kind of in the space where, we built the business up successfully and we'd done a number of things differently, but we were still selling into a traditional market. So we sell to large enterprises who still have their legacy thinking and all that sort of thing there, which are great when they're doing business with you, but not so great when you're trying to get them to make decisions in a hurry. And so for us, what we were seeing, not at the start of the pandemic because they were trying to finish off projects, but they were really delaying starting new projects. So we know that the key to the success for our business and the greatest valuation is really recurring revenue. But the model that we had was really, go and find a project, deliver the project, then get the ongoing support for that project. But if you've got a project that takes 2 or 3 years to deliver because it's multi-million dollars, that's a long time to wait for the recurring revenue to kick in. And so we were struggling with that. And also we were seeing, because of lockdowns and what have you, decisions getting deferred. And so really the conversation back with you guys, and it triggered something that all of a sudden, the universe works in strange ways. Within a couple of weeks, those opportunities were popping up. So really what we did is we said, well, actually, we've got this technology that we're looking at. What about if we package this differently and we serve it up as a platform and we charge a subscription fee? So we took that out to a couple of customers and they said, absolutely. We had a couple of, mid-tier banks who were seeing the only way they could solve a compliance issue, taking them 3 years and, millions of dollars of license fees, saying, well, actually, if you can have this up and going for me in 2 or 3 months and charge me, thousands of dollars a month, that's a whole lot more compelling. What it's done that's been really interesting is it's taken us down a notch in the market. We can actually sell at a price point for a different type of company. And this is in the data space. that's really intriguing. So we've got, and those are companies that are moving faster to make decisions. I'd still love them to move faster, Roger, don't get me wrong. But that's interesting. It's opening up a market for us that hasn't been there, which is really the big issue everyone's got at the moment. They've got all this information, but their data is rubbish. It's in multiple different systems. So how do you bring it together? So really what we're doing is saying we can bring that together and we can make sense of it using AI and machine learning to give you data quality scores. We can tell you where the problems are and serve this up in a way that you can use, which of course is beautiful because then it exposes us to where their problems are and we can go do the delivery work on all the other stuff and sell other recurring services. So it becomes, tiered, if that makes sense.
Exactly. And I want everyone to just think about this for a moment. There are all these different waves that are out there, but there are 5 which are the biggest waves. And thinking about how your business can kind of like shift like ours has, like Chris's has, and ask yourself what business you're in. And those 5 areas is EdTech, which is obviously the business we're in, is FinTech, which is actually the business that Chris is now in, is MedTech, which is the whole medical space and what's growing there. And then it's also Green Tech, which is everything to do with the planet, and Space Tech, which is everything to do off the planet, right? So basically those are the 5 techs. And when I said to Chris, look, as well as having a service company, which is never going to be worth that much, even a tech service company still doesn't have high valuation. So yes, you can go sell it and so on, but you're not really going to get a huge valuation. But to actually create a spin-off, which becomes a fintech startup, right, you can really grow, that will become so much more worth than everything else you've got. So for everyone listening, don't think you have to give up your company to start something new, or you have to redesign your company. It could be as simple as your company being your kind of like Clark Kent time, where you still got to kind of show up and make some money there, but your Superman time is going to be a new startup that's going to really be able to take off. We did that with Genius U. We said, okay, we're going to be an edtech company separate from an education company. And that allowed that to then become much, much more valuable, right? Super important. And I want to add one extra thing, which is one of the things that allows you to bridge the two together is, whereas this is for impact, this is Chris's company. You can see it's very much consulting services, like very service-based. And he's now got his new business he's launching. What's kind of interesting on this is I still remember, Chris, when we were talking many years ago, you already had this idea of like the fact that like the reason you've been successful is you'd figured out some tools that actually other companies could use as well. And we all have an inner mentor inside us, right? We always have something which is like, yeah, I'd like to be able to teach this to other people. I'm just not exactly sure what's the forum or where I do that and all the effort that goes into it. And then it actually just happened that I think it was just a month or 2 ago that you actually became one of our mentors and were working with us in one of the micro schools. I'd love for you to just share the learning you got by being a mentor, right? Just taking that step and knowing it can be as easy as tapping in with our community and then being able to share to our students, and what that did in terms of kind of get you on your own toes in your own learning.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think for me, and I've been on this journey, I stepped away from an operational role in the business about 3 years, and I saw one lens that allowed me to do that. And by getting involved with as a mentor and preparing material for one of the micro schools, I realized that what I was bringing to the table was actually not just this little one piece that I had, it was a whole lot more. The thing that's allowed me to start to think differently is my ability to get out of the business. I'm not in the day-to-day operations, but how do you do that? Because we grow the business, we get it to the point, we become the experts in everything. We're actually playing all of the 8 parts of the wheel and not happy with any of them. We get trapped by our businesses, but we get so in love with them and we come to believe that we're the only one who can do it. And so how do you transition to the point where you can actually let go of your business? And you can't just throw it away and give the keys to someone else. You've got to have some measurement systems. How do you measure the financials? How do you measure the strategic initiatives? How do you measure the risk management? And do that in a way that you've got time to think and start to look at different ways. What is the impact of the metaverse? How will we use AI and machine learning? And how will it not be me that makes those decisions? How will I put it into my business to get them thinking about that? Because my question won't necessarily be the best one. It'll be the question that prompts someone else to ask an even better question, a better question. And to do that, you can't be trapped by the day-to-day operations. So that's a long way of coming back to saying, as I prepared material, I've gone, actually, my value is helping people get the hell out of the way of their own businesses.
Right.
And support them in that thing there.
And then, of course, as you start teaching that to others, then it makes you go, oh, I better make sure I'm doing the same thing even more so, right? Like we all want to be the leading learners. Like, oh, this happens to all of us. Like we'll say something like to someone that just comes to us and they'll go, that's really smart. That's good advice. And you're like, actually, that is good advice. I should take it, right? I want to share this with everyone because we've deliberately picked a number of our change makers who, on the one hand, are all successful in their own business, but then at the same time have all chosen to be either a mentor or a partner in a different way. Esmeralda is a partner from a country point of view, where she's like, I want to be at a high level partner where I can actually be in charge of all the Latin America, right? You've got someone like Tatiana who actually took on the London leadership to actually run the city events and then connects with people there that actually supports her business, but then allows her to also kind of bring out from the introvert side to the extrovert side. Okay, now like people will show up here, and then Chris is like, I want to actually be an educator as well. And I want to share for everyone on here, if you really, really want to learn, if you really want to be accountable to your learning, then be a teacher, right? What's very interesting is when Salman Khan started Khan Academy, he was not a teacher himself, right? He basically just had a passion for teaching. When Elon Musk decides to disrupt the motor industry, like he himself never went to any kind of automotive school. Like all of the disruption is happening from outside industries. And that's why most of the people that are our faculty, they start by being entrepreneurs. They don't start by being teachers. And what I want to just share, because I'm going to come to you in a moment, Michelle, is that this here, I'm not going to go through all the details. I just want to give everyone a taster if you're new, or even if you have missed out on what's happened recently. This here is a taster on some of the things that we've been sharing with our partners, where we've been talking about not just the great reignition, right? But also how our partners that are actually going to be part of this next 12 months, that we are really evolving and growing the way that we are going to be getting from our 2.5 to 4 million students by actually building our full metaverse. And all our partners have all got cryptocurrency, right? Within our gems, they all basically are now working with us to now grow each of the different student bases that we have, whether people are investors or startup entrepreneurs or leaders, and that on every single one of these different levels, whether it's someone just getting started, whether it's someone who actually is going to be taking on a full curriculum with us, whether it's someone who's taking on a city in a different city around the world, or even, at translation level, and actually here's Esmeralda on the South America side, but we also have got Kim in Canada, we've got Sophie in Sweden, we've got Tamami in Japan, all different countries that are connecting with each other and connecting the world with all the countries to come. And even down to actually the fact that we've got our locations that we're actually building as well, which is probably for me one of the most exciting things. We're setting up our Los Angeles location right now, and our location partners that actually are able to then actually build our locations off the back of this as well. That we have got this, it really is about, when we talk about a community, about us actually connecting our consciousness together in a way that really, really works for everyone. So I'd love for you to share, Michelle, because you've seen that, you've been part of and helped with the growth of the whole thing. And we've all been part of this as we've grown. What for you is the most exciting thing about the coming year based on how we're going to experience this all and work together for this kind of new future?
Okay, I can't pick one, Roger, so I'm going to do one long sentence on two. And it's going to sound like I'm just because I can't pick one. So there's so much going on in the partnerships arena, and so much, I love the fact that the change makers here today, many of them started out like in their own businesses and then just came on board as educators and community builders. Like, it's so cool the way that happens when people join our community and they get to learn so much, they get to build their business so fast that they then support us in the whole growth of the education revolution. So there's two things I'm super excited about. The first one is the $1 Million Genius Formula. And, we could talk a little bit about this, right? Which is all of our partners are going to go through an entire certification, because you've been working, and we've been working with some of our Genius partners, showing them like how we in Genius Group actually build our businesses, put our entire programs together, and how we make sure that we're always running really profitable promotions, how you actually get to have $1 million business by using all of our tools, using all of our templates, using all of our systems, having like the world's leading marketing, the world's leading sales processes. And you've been building this with those teams, helping them as our Genius partners to do that. We're going to be rolling that out to our entire community of partners. So all of the different levels are going to have access to this really super high learning certification, and the higher level partners.
And we call that the Genius Formula, right? We didn't have the Genius Formula before. It's 10 steps of exactly how you go to $1 million as an educator. And by the way, this is the same 10 steps that I'm meeting so many YouTubers on YouTube now that are making over $1 million on YouTube, and their content isn't even necessarily that good, but they're just so good at scaling and building their community that people just love what they do in their particular area, right? And it's the same genius formula that they use as well. So like super important, but yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, cool. So you know, the likes of Chris and Esmeralda and Tatiana and the guys who are joining you tomorrow, they're at the higher level of a partnership. So we're going to be hand holding those guys through those 10 steps. But all of our partners, whatever level they come in at, they're going to get access to all of that groovy content. And because, as I said earlier, we're, you know, a leading learning company where we're constantly trying new things, we're constantly testing things out. Anytime that something is out of date, which is very quick, like from one quarter to the next, something that worked last quarter can stop working. We're just constantly tweaking and changing and bringing that learning to our partners very quickly. So that's the first thing. The second thing I think is like our cryptocurrency. I know you're going to talk a little bit more about that, but like the fact that we are giving cryptocurrency to our partners as well, and allowing them to not only have that and, you know, store that as their own cryptocurrency, but use that as a way to trade with people on the platform as well. Like, you know, an extension of the way this is right now that, you know, I don't have enough funding, or I don't have the right education, or I can't get the right marketing, or I can't find the right team. It is an illusion of limited resources. And actually, by us creating this way for our partners and our clients to be trading with each other as well. So yeah, I know I was supposed to pick one thing, but it's two.
And so just for everyone on this call, this is one of the biggest reasons that we have masterminds, we have a community, we have mentoring, because if you think you're going to somehow beat AI and the growth of the metaverse and everything on your own, well, that's clearly where it's not just about being disconnected from a company doing that, it's just being disconnected from the community doing that. When you go, oh, we're all in parallel. Like, I get to learn from what Tatiana's doing. She gets to learn from what Michelle's doing. You know, we all get to learn from what Esmeralda's doing. And like, we all have got parallel lives. And we're all learning in parallel, right? The moment you start learning in parallel, because you're sharing at this level, right? I mean, you go to a networking event, you're not sharing at this level, which is like, what is it you're actually doing that's working, that's not working? What can I learn from you? What can you learn from me? But once you're at that level and you do that, then you can parallel process. And if you've got 100 people in the group, you get 100 years of learning every year. You get a lifetime of learning every year. If you've got 1,000, that's every month, right? And so we got 2.5 million right now. And while we can't learn from everyone all at once you start using AI and pick up all the very best, and once the partners start working together to get that really transforms everything. So, you know, if you're feeling a bit left out, like, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on, it's almost always because you're just not connected to the right group in the right way. And it's about making sure you have that connection. So here's what I'd like everyone to do as a bit of a kind of like action. And then I'm going to ask everyone who's on the call right now to just share what would be like one big takeaway just based on this whole theme you'd love everyone to be thinking about from your perspective. And what I'd like to do is, if you are one of our partners, whether it's a community partner, whether it is an education partner, just plonk a yes. And if you want people to know what you're doing, just let them know, like in the comments, just say, yes, I'm a city leader, or yes, I'm a faculty member, or yes, I'm a level 3 partner, whatever happens to be, so that some people can start connecting with each other in the actual comments, right? And if you happen to be someone who'd like to be a partner, you can just type yes as well, right? So we can actually get a sense of like who here already sees that connecting with each other within this community has got a lot of value within it. And on that, let me just come over to each of you just to share like what would be your one big kind of like piece of advice or takeaway or insight that you would like to share with everyone. Tatiana, I'm going to start with you.
Thanks, Roger. Yes, I'm very thrilled by Genius U community overall. And I must say that over the last 3 years, they're not just people I look up to, they're becoming my friends. And I also feel that I really can tap into these resources whenever I need it. Like, the entrepreneurial journey can be lonely at times, but you're also kind of on the path of constant learning. And I personally use Genius U whenever I need to find out about something. And, you know, I follow micro schools on digital marketing. I follow micro schools on cryptocurrency, because you can't actually stay on top of everything yourself. Like, you have to stay on top of kind of your area of expertise. So therefore, like, I personally really appreciate that all these other entrepreneurs around the globe, which are connected as part of this Genius U revolution, are effectively sharing their knowledge. And like on my side, I'm also like currently with tips from Michelle, building a Genius U guide to buying a property, which will kind of look into the risks around it, look into the case success criteria, etc., so that other people kind of could learn from me as well. And I think it kind of brings back this point about the entrepreneurial resources, Roger, that, you know, you keep talking about the fact that it's from a place of abundance. And when we share, you know, we don't become less, we become more. And that's what I find particularly powerful about the whole Genius U community. And that's why, like, I'm really thrilled to be a part of it. And I hope more and more awesome people will join.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Tatiana. Chris, what would be your big thing?
I think that there's so much information that is going to be coming at us all, and all of these things. It's what's important is to be clear on about three things of your own business, what it is. What's your purpose? What are your values? And what's your mission? Because they're your guiding lights, if that makes sense, so that you can say all this rest of it, I got the context of where I'm applying this and how this is useful, how these things fit. I think a lot of it, we start these businesses without knowing where we're trying to get to. And that's the important thing. Be really clear on the mission.
Very cool. Awesome. And Michelle?
Yeah, well, I know I wouldn't be here today having this conversation with you if I had tried to figure it all out for myself. So my big piece of advice is don't do it alone. Stay connected. It's similar to what Tatiana was saying. Stay connected to a community that is a group of leading learners, because there's so much information out there. There is so much you have to try and figure out for yourself. Like, stay connected with those who are testing things out, using things wisely, and sharing the best knowledge with you. Those of you who come and book a call through the GEM Fast Track, you're going to be in our GEM community for the next 12 months. That's our community of Genius Entrepreneur Mastermind, which means you're actually like in a group of mentors. So the people that are on this call right here, right now, they're all in that community, sharing their resources, sharing their content. And it means you get to set up yourself either as an educator or as a community builder as well. And we walk you through those steps. So at the very least, I would say, stay connected with us, book a call with us, and let's see how we can support you in the next 12 months.
Awesome, Michelle. Thank you. And Esmeralda?
Yeah, as the rest of the Tatiana, Michelle, and Chris said, everything you can find in Genius U community. Content that if I have a challenge, I look for microschool, and I found it always people that support me for the next steps. What's the next step? Friends that already went to the same path I want to go, and your support. I mean, watching your videos 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, to translate, to learn, is always goes deeper and deeper. So it's very. I get a lot of reward on this education system, on this community, on this content in every area. It's very holistic. So just spread it to your family, to your friends. So everybody goes higher if they go to this community. So thank you.
Very cool. Very, very cool. And I just want to share this for all of you and for those listening as well. If any of you are kind of like saying, what's the way for me to future-proof myself? What's the way for me to know it's all going to be okay? Right? There's like even this group, like if I'm ever like, okay, maybe I'm just going to go and just, visit Chile and start a business in South America. I know, as long as I know Esmeralda, I'm okay, right? Like, as long as like, okay, what's going to go on a property, and as long as I know Tatiana, I'm okay, right? Like, it's like, well, what if there's like, a nuclear holocaust and it all goes horribly wrong? Well, I'll just go down to Australia and I'll be there with Chris, right? Like, so it doesn't matter what happens. We're all going to be okay. But it comes from the connections, right? Separateness is what creates the fear, right? But the moment we actually start getting connected, then we realize we're all in the same boat, right? We're all humans and we're all in this together. And the more you can actually be with a group that makes that difference to you, then that like is where all the opportunity comes out as well. So I want to say a really, really big thank you to all of you for joining us today. And I look forward to getting all of your input as we go through the rest of today and tomorrow again. All right, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks very much.
Bye.
Bye, guys. All right, and let me share with everyone, first of all, whatever biggest learning that you just got from any of our change makers, please post it down. I'd love to see that right now as well. And we're seeing a lot of posts here already from everyone. What's really great is everyone's got their own story in their own way, which is awesome. So here, and by the way, in terms of what I just mentioned, like, who is already a partner, what are they doing? Like, just see the amazing color that we have already in our community. Here's Roxana here, Bangalore leader, city host, community support at Genius U. Here's Eva. I'm a VIP partner, flow consultant, love being part of this community. I hosted the Entrepreneur Fast Track in Nottingham with Sue Daly. All right, here we've got like, community builder, that's Jay. We've got Kyoko, great opportunity, thank you. She's like wanting to actually come on board and being one of our partners. Here we have Jaya, scaling real estate, property model, transparent, private performance-based fund. And then also Leslie here, yes, I work with junior school students. So we have actually got our whole Genius School side. We've got Chris here. I think I'm classed as a startup in Genius U. So it's good for me to learn some ropes. So just getting started. We've got here Anne, yep, Sue Jackson and I, silver partners, ran the Oxford Repurpose 360 social impact business. I'm starting up a CEO club. Jay, upcoming partner. Roberto, I want to be a partner, right? Sue joined Nottingham City host for Entrepreneur Fast Track. And then we've got this, Peter needs to lead us. Don't worry, we've got this recorded. All right, we've got Brian here, faculty level 2, Michelle, venue partner for Athens. We're actually going to be starting up a Genius Central in Athens. And so it continues. So amazing to see so many people here that are part of our community. And if you haven't yet posted where you're a partner, do it, because people will connect with you. And whoever you see, like that's actually posting something you find interesting, share the love, comment on their comment. And let me share with everybody, before we go into the exercise we're about to do, and then a bit of the live mentoring I mentioned on what we've gone so far, let me just share with you what to do if you'd like to be one of our partners. It really is simple. I mean, like we've shown below, the GEM VIP Fast Track program, this is what we're going to be doing a giveaway before the end of today for the people that are most active, or the person that's most active. But also do know that if you want to be one of our partners and you aren't, or if you happen to be a partner and you'd like to take the next step, then do know that we have the most incredible things that are about to be happening. For those who are our partners, they've already heard that whether or not someone comes on to join our faculty, or whether someone comes on join to build the community, that we've got these different levels, whether it's someone like Esmeralda at level 3, where she's actually doing an entire country, or whether it's someone who's actually at level 1, level 2, just starting at faculty or starting in the city, where we're actually giving share options. We treat all our partners very much like our team, where everyone ends up with ownership within Genius Group. We've got also gems that we're providing, where the gems and share options are multiple times over the actual certification charge of the partnership. So people are already making money before they get started. Don't worry exactly what the details are, how it works. So it really depends on what level you're at and what you should be doing. But the only one thing you need to do right now is basically just book a call with us. Now, by the way, we are giving away these, but you can actually just go and grab yours as well if you'd like to. You can see here, we've got 30 of these that we're going to be doing. And you can see it's at $270 while it is $6,800 worth of product. And when you click on the join now, it just takes you down where you can see the different levels. I mean, this gives you all the tools to build your own school on GeniusU. You get all that for free. You're getting basically the whole group where we've got some amazing speakers coming to share with us over this next 12 months. You're pretty much on the inside with this group where we get to know you personally. It all starts with a one-to-one session that we'll be doing this next week. So don't wait until we get to the end of the year before you come on board and be part of this, but actually already come join us. And I can tell you this, if you take one of those 30 spots and you pay the $270 and you come and join us, and then you end up winning, right? Don't wait because of the winning. If you end up winning, well, we'll just give you the money back. Don't worry about it, right? But basically to actually get one of those spots and actually have an opportunity to come on board and have a call with us so we can show you how you can guide your business forward. You hear that every one of the change makers we just had, they're all growing their own business into the multiple millions at the same time as actually having opportunities to teach others. And you don't have to be wanting to be a partner. You might even just do this because you just want that value of someone guiding you. But actually just taking that on where you can have that. And at the same time, we do have our next micro school, which is happening in January, where a lot of the things we're talking about in terms of how do you really make sure you're using AI in your marketing. If you're still at a point where you're trying to figure out your own copy, your own design, you're not using AI. So how do you do that in a way that really works? How do you use things like chatbots? How do you use all the latest tools? Because the old marketing doesn't work anymore. We're going to be running that in January, right? So you can come and join that. That's all part of it. That's usually $1,500, but it's all in there as well. And we have a flow workshop, which is actually happening in December. This is incredible, right? It gives you an idea of how the whole wealth dynamic system works and how it can work for you. And you already heard what Michelle talked about in terms of $1 million plan, in terms of what we just said, this whole idea of Genius Formula, that all is part of this too. And we're going to be on this journey for 12 months together, right? We've got like our whole mastermind. I'm in there, Michelle's in there, everyone you've just met is in there as well, where we're all using all the tools together. And more importantly, we're building trust with each other as we're going as well, right? There's other pieces, but I hope that's already enough that you can see the value in coming on board, where we really, really hope that you become part of this whole education revolution that we're part of right now. And it's really as simple as just clicking and booking your spot. If the 30 get taken, the 30 get taken. And then we'll basically let those who don't get a chance to have a call this side of Christmas, we'll let you know what we can do with you maybe next year instead. But as always, we're expecting all those calls to go pretty quick. And who knows, maybe most of them have gone already today. But click book on that while I go through this final part of the session. So let me talk about what is this next part. You can see here there's a plan template, right, where it says download now. So if you just click on the download now on that one, and you come to this, right? This basically is a template we just use for our challenge. Some of you were on our challenge last week where we had 5 days to give away $50,000. We are going to be announcing the winner of that challenge tomorrow. And we're actually going to bring them onto this call. No one knows who it is yet, but we're going to have the 3 finalists that we're going to come and be part of this tomorrow. So we're very excited about that. This actually gives you an opportunity to have the same template that we work through to make sure we're ready for the next decade. And the one exercise that I am really keen for everyone to be thinking about as we kind of come up to the final parts of today, the one exercise I'm really keen for everyone to do is not so much now thinking back 10 years. You know, that's how we started today. It's like, what were you doing 10 years ago? But think forward 10 years. Like, what are you going to do in 10 years' time? And this here is an exercise you can use after you get off the call today. And you can really start thinking about it today, which is how do you even craft out where you're going to be in 10 years? Most of us, like, you know, this is exactly what Jason said at the beginning. It's like, I didn't even know like where I'll be in 10 years' time. But I'm pretty sure that if he had actually filled out his future vision 10 years ago, there's already going to be seeds of what he now is doing today that was already in him 10 years ago. He just may not have been acknowledging it. And it's the same for all of us if we don't put a vision together for the future. So our memory will connect us to our past self, but our vision will connect us to our future self. And most of us don't think enough about our vision of who we're going to be. Mainly because when we were at school, we always were getting tested on our memory, not tested on our vision, right? So we're always thinking about the past. But the more you can, like as we said with Peter, like, you know, knock your head, like get amnesia, right? Like entrepreneur amnesia, I have no idea why I can't do the things I can't do. That means I'm going to do them, right? This is about basically connecting to your vision for your future. And the way to do it is write it using 2 powers. One is the power of gratitude, because if you start by saying, I'm proud of this and, you know, I'm so great because I did this thing, it's never going to happen. But if you're grateful for things, the universe has this magical way that it actually says, okay, well, it means that you're acknowledging that you're not the one that's doing it all, but in fact, it's a joint effort. Therefore, we can actually make it happen for you, right? And so gratitude is one thing. But the second thing is hindsight. Hindsight is when you're looking at things from the backwards. Like if you're at the top of the mountain, you can see the way up the mountain much easier than if you're at the bottom trying to find your way up. So it starts by saying, I'm so grateful for the last decade because this is what's happened. So this is, as it says, this is a journal entry for your life, 10 years from today. Take out 30 minutes from your day, go somewhere that gives you the space to dream, put yourself 1 year in the future and visualize where you are and what you've achieved. Then write from the heart what has happened, how it happened, and how you feel about it. There are some pointers along the way, but add whatever you need to add to the vision and don't stop until you're totally inspired by the destination you are setting. So you write by saying, I'm so grateful for the last decade because in the last decade, this is what you've achieved. This is your personal cash flow. This is your personal wealth. We just had our leadership meeting. And at the leadership meeting in Dubai, every one of us actually shared exactly what we saw for ourselves in 10 years from now. In fact, we did it for 1 year from now, where we actually could make sure this next year's plan also was getting us to where we want to be. But it basically all starts by like realizing you can achieve a lot more in 10 years than you can achieve in 1. And on each of these, you can see there's more pointers. You don't have to use all of them. I've given you an example, which is my one. And I'll just read this out to you so you can see how I'm inspiring myself. This is my future vision. I'm so grateful for the decade because it's been the most pivotal 10 years of my life. As I celebrate the new year diving with my family in the Maldives, I feel so grateful to have been able to play such a big part in the education revolution that began in 2020. After Genius Group had its IPO in 2022, it grew from 400 million to 10 billion in value, with its growth co-funded by its students. We've impacted the lives of over 100 million students and built over $1 trillion in new value through their initiatives and enterprises. We've reached the 2030 deadline for the 17 United Global Goals, with all the goals being between 80% and 100% achieved as a result of the collaboration between entrepreneurs and organizations around the world. From ground zero in 2020, we've seen work itself reinvented in a new renaissance of self-expression and purpose-driven enterprises. By the way, I wrote this last year, and I've only updated 1 or 2 things within the year. And of course, we didn't even know we were going to call it the Great Reignition at this point. My dream of designing and building my own home on the beach has happened ahead of schedule, and I'm looking forward to writing my journal and planning the next 10 years as I watch the sunrise over the ocean. There's something that happens which brings calm and which brings peace when you look to the future and you know you're going to find a way there no matter what. This is a little bit like you kind of like are reaching a storm, and instead of feeling the anxiety of the fact that you're on a ship in a storm, you're saying, hey, but I know my destination. Whichever way the storm takes me, I'm still going to end up at my destination. And then it just becomes about navigating the storm, or more importantly, harnessing the wind in a way that actually suits you. But if you don't know where you're going, then you're never going to get there. So your vision is the most important thing for you to start mapping out. And I can tell you, those of you who do this exercise today, by tomorrow, when you come back, you're going to be so hungry for the nuggets of information in the next 5 waves that help you to get there. Each one of them is just like the wind. And it's about how you harness that wind to get to where you want to go, right? So this is like super, super important. If you already have just like even a bite-sized piece of this, like for me, it's about being a part of the education revolution. If you have a bite-sized piece that you can even just put into the chat, I'd love to see for some of you what you see for yourself 10 years from now. What is the movement you want to be a part of, or what is the vision you have for yourself? Just post that down there, and there's something magical that happens when you actually just make a public declaration and post that as well. I'm going to come, before I go into the actual exercise we're going to go to, I'm going to come back to you, Jason, where I'd love for you to just share kind of biggest distinctions you got just from our changemaker conversation we just had, and also just in terms of future vision, the extent to which you already are kind of like taking on these kind of visioning exercises yourself, and what's helped you guide yourself forward.
Well, for me, one of the biggest things is actually looking that the business model itself can be completely different when you start realizing that there's technologies that enable scales that were never before possible. I like what Chris happened, where everything changed when he started looking at it differently. And I'm also really excited and curious about how there's an ecosystem that you're building that actually supports the communities that need to know more. And so I'm just really impressed and excited about what you're building. And I'm looking to dig in even more, because all the things you need as support to grow seems to be being built within Genius U. So that I find is a very exciting thing.
Very, very awesome. Very cool. And how about for future visioning? Like how much have you found that this is a really important part of being able to make sure you're not heading down the wrong direction or living a life of unintended consequences? So it's like, well, I should have known this was going to happen if I did these things.
Well,
like how important that is from your side.
For me, I'm somebody who's very big into personal growth. I mean, you know my history. I've worked with another company that's big into personal growth, and I've had a visioning methodology that I've used for year on year. I'm very adamant about it. I meet with a community because, like you mentioned, being with a community of people that support your visions is really important. So I have two best friends. Every Wednesday we meet and we push our visions forward based on what we set. And I remember the first time that I ever set a vision. I did an exercise looking at very different categories and set a vision. And it seemed all right. And I even described why these visions were important. And it was only through a feedback mechanism that I came back to looking at it and realized that, wow, a lot of the visions that I've made were actually based on what others expected of me. And it was only when it was brought back as a reflection to me through the support of a mentor that I was like, whoa, okay, I need to kind of retool my vision. So I think visioning is important, but it's good to have at least a feedback mechanism so that you can actually have a reflection of what's coming out from your mind. So very important. It puts it down on paper to kind of have that self-awareness, but the mastery comes from someone being there to reflect back to you. What is it that you're doing? So now I'm actually going to be going back to the drawing board in this month, because I think these new technologies, I knew they were happening, but I didn't give them the weight that they deserve. And the timelines that are much more close from what we've discussed today has been absolutely mind-blowing. So I'm excited to come and discuss it more with my own friends, my partner, and then just see what this means and how to adjust a vision that supports it.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jason, here's what we're going to do. For the last half hour that we're together, let's both stay off mute and let's actually go through a bit of a conversation together as I go through some mentoring. I'm going to ask you as we go through this for your opinion on certain things, because the people that we actually have got that we're going to pick on are going to be people that actually have been watching, and they're not going to be on this Zoom with us as we are sharing this live as well. And so let me just start by going back to the chat here. There are quite a lot of like this. We've had over 400 comments here today, which is amazing. And it's great to see some of you post your image, your vision. I want to show you why this is so important. Someone who's posted their vision, I'm going to take it as an example in a moment as well as to how that really helps to then guide an actual pathway, right? So it's really good to see that. But it's also great to see some of you and what you're actually doing. Debbie's here for her first event. So welcome, Debbie. Great to have you here. We've got like, oh, Peter's still here. Didn't go away yet. So he's sharing. We've got Jay here, 70 resort locations by 2030. That's an awesome like a vision there. We've got like, you know, Chris here saying hi. So do know you can connect with everyone that we've been sharing. We're all part of this community as well. Kyoko, very practical question. The payment section of the link is not working. So if there's any issue you're having because of your browser or anything like that, you can see here, the team is here to help you out whenever you need, right? So do make sure that if you are booking a spot or anything, you know, you're kind of reaching out to the team, just even let them know, hey, I just booked one. Like they'll then reach out, say hi. We would love to basically, for all of you taking action, give you an opportunity to kind of like get connected in as well. And what I'll do is for one of you that's actually kind of posting something like that, I'll take also as an example, right? We'll see if we can take 3 different examples as we go. So let me take the first example here, because I mentioned this earlier, right? This was Fatima. I did click on her link just so I can open up at least her Facebook page. So here's Fatima right now. we can see here, it says Fatima.
Actually, I think you should be sharing your screen here, Roger, because we can't see.
Oh, I haven't been sharing all this time. I've been.
Well, to be honest, I've been reading the chat as well, and I think everybody else has been scrolling on it. So now this is going to be better to follow.
I was scrolling up and down here. Okay, this happens often. All right. Okay. So here's Fatima, right? So here is Fatima's. So I just clicked on her Facebook page. By the way, if you haven't got your vision and your picture on your Facebook page or on your LinkedIn page, go do it, right? Because if people don't know what it is, then how could they possibly help you? So here we are. We're looking at Fatima. It says here that she's in. Well, it says University of Cape Town, but it says she lives in Gaborone, Botswana. Gaborone actually is just across the border from our Tau Game Lodge. So that's actually super awesome, right? So here's, I've never been there myself, but here is where she lives in Gaborone. So if any of you want to know, well, where is that? Let's just go have a look. Gaborone, let's make this very visual, right? So here is Gaborone, capital of Botswana. You can see here's the image of it, where it is just on the border with South Africa. So there it is here. If I just kind of like zoom out a little bit, you'll see there is there's Madikwe Game Reserve, right? So our Tau Game Lodge is right here. This is the border with South Africa. And if we pan out, we can see all of South Africa there with Botswana right here. And so if we look and see, well, what is Fatima doing there, right? So if you're looking for a career change, then this is a challenge. It's definitely for you. Plus you get to choose how much you might want to pay. So this is basically something that she's obviously involved in, which got posted in November. 21-day blooming career challenge. Right, so actually helping you for your career. We can see here she's a consultant and project manager helping purpose-driven entrepreneurs achieve strategic growth. And if we actually wanted to just get to know her a bit more, we could look and say, well, you know, she's got her LinkedIn page here. So we can actually go and have a look at that. We can see she's got growth consulting, but let's go to the LinkedIn page so we can see what that says as well. And if you remember, her question is, how do you get out of the 4.0 mindset and actually start thinking 5.0? She says here, I help purpose-driven entrepreneurs achieve strategic growth, business consultant, strategic finance and operations support, project management. And you can see here that like in terms of her business, let me just open up the business page. This one here, she's got a writing page. She's also got this one here, which is a consulting company. So it's called IntelliGrowth. See how quickly it's possible to find out somebody if they've actually connected and made it easy for them to do that. If you don't do this yourself, if like I notice a lot of people don't do as well as Fatima does to actually include all the information here. But the fact that she's done all that is pretty awesome because it means I can find out so much about her so quickly. But at this point, here's what I'd like to do, Jason, from your side. Let's take a critical look at this, right? Because we can just be very supportive of Fatima, but most people who don't know of her will look at this and their question will be, well, in what way is she different, or can we see how she might be different from other consultants, right? What would you say, taking a more critical eye, as to whether or not you are noticing yet anything that makes her stand out or do something different from others there or not?
Well, if you go back to the place where her picture's at, then it's showing her bio, just scrolling up a little. I just couldn't notice how specific is a purpose-based entrepreneur. So if you go down a little more in the purple background area, go down a bit more. Yeah, right here is like, I help purpose-driven entrepreneurs who are focused on progress and want clear direction on their path to growth and impact. This sounds really nice, but I still don't feel like it would be like, oh, is this me? Like, what does it mean? So I feel like it's like agency jargon if I look at it.
Right.
And so it wouldn't tell me exactly like I help people at this stage in this way who do this thing in a very way that I'd look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's me.
Yes, I understand. Okay, so let me give you two other examples. I'll share the two examples. You then tell me what you see different in those examples compared to what you're seeing here, okay? So example number one will be this example here, a Grow CFO Code, right? So basically, this is where we have got Jeremy and Deborah. They're based in Australia. Take control of your business finances, cash flow, profit, value, financial education and services, right? And then as we go down, we see $103.5 million. We've increased our customers' business values by over 155 million, 125%. Our customers have an average improvement of over 125% in their cash flow following our financial strategy sessions. 247 million together with other members of our giving community, B1G1, we have made over 247 million impact the world for the better. We help small and medium impact-centric business owners with their cash flow, profitability, and business value. Our 3-step process helps them to confidently scale their business so they can have the lifestyle impact they want. Explore the 3-step process. And let me just do that for a moment. Like if we go to the 3-step process, grow with Emerald Services, right? Like flow with Saffron Services, right? Scale with Sapphire Services. Like this is how we help you to do these 3 things. Let me go back to Fatima for a moment with the company here, because she also, I noticed, did have a 3-step process. So she's got, let me just see if I can find it here. Here, get the 3-step process. So we can click on that, status audit, chart your course, track and measure, right? Like, first of all, just on this one, do you want to just share what you see different about the specificness of, let's say, Grow CFO compared to the more general view on something like telegrowth here?
Well, the 3 steps itself speaks to different stages it seems like a company will be going through as well. And I like that it specified that it was small, medium enterprises. If you look at the previous one, it was like, okay, like, what's a perfect driven enterprise? Is this like a big business? Am I a small business that could benefit from that? Is it out of my reach? I couldn't make that distinction. And as I'm going with the Grow CFO, then I'm like, oh, everything's a call to action that really brings a benefit to me, versus the other one was kind of a statement of like, oh, do you want to see what I'm about? Versus the other one kind of used language that was more about like, hey, discover something that can help you.
Right. Got it. Okay. Got it. And by the way, let me take another example, because it's not all about, I mean, obviously one of them is very specific about, oh, we're going to help you with your finances, and it gives very clear, oh, this is the result. I'm going to get 125%, or at least if I'm the same as the other people, where there was no actual specific results of a particular area. And you don't always have to have results, but people can see that very, very clearly, the difference of those two. Let me give you another example, because this is a different way to be thinking about niche. Because what we're talking about here is how do you actually have a very, until you can go 10 times more microscope, you can't go 10 times more telescope, right? And so this is one of the biggest challenges for a lot of people. They're trying to be all things to all people, but not in a way which allows them to go, now I can see I can scale because of how I partner with others. So let me give you a second example, right? This person here is not in Australia, as we just saw. This person here is actually
Make sure you share your screen again, Roger.
Yes, here we go. This person here is in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. This is now Bea Benkova, where she has actually launched this thing here, which is called GIFU, Global Institute for Evolving Women, the world's leading evolutionary community for women. And the reason I'm showing this is what Bea was doing before she did this was almost exactly the same as what we're seeing right now for Fatima, right? She was like, I'm helping, I'm like, consulting with different people. I'm purpose-driven myself. I want to help other more purpose-driven people. But when we zoomed in and say, but exactly who, then instead of like exactly what, which is very much Grow CFO has all the expertise on financials, which is actually for all purpose-driven companies. In the case of Bea, she's like, actually, I want to focus really at women and bring in all the best people in, which means instead of the content, I'm focusing on the community. The school for your best life ever. Learn from the world's top transformation leaders on the world's best personal growth platform for women. Join our community of hundreds of women from over 20 countries. World's best personal growth programs for women, created for women by women. Transformational testimonials, see what they say. Again, numbers, 5,000 plus women worldwide, 20 plus countries, 100 plus speakers, right? Unlock your potential, fulfill your purpose. And here we can see Bea, where she's already talking about doing these things. Be your best, learn from the best. And she's actually now brought other people in where they're saying, would you like to? So she's not even the one having to do all the learning or having to do all the teaching. She's saying, why don't I just connect with the best people in the world that are already doing all these things? And in fact, the way she got to all these people was that I said, look, there's the Transformational Leadership Council, which is what all these people are actually a part of. They're now starting local chapters in different countries in Europe. Maybe you should connect with them and then basically just support them. And she goes, right, I'm going to do that. And so now she's the go-to person, like for you to have, a link to GIFU in Botswana, for example, and straight away you've got the top learners around the world. Again, this is changing consciousness before you even start using technology. But of course, what we're doing with GIFU is like bringing them into the metaverse now, but it's so much easier because they've already got the link to all these communities. And when you actually go to customer stories, a lot of these stories will be stories from the different women who are not just going through her program, but the ones who went through the program of her mentors, which means that she can actually accelerate up her learning as well. So what would you say is different when you're looking at something like, for example, what you're seeing here in Bea's case, again, compared to Fatima here from your side, Jason?
I have to be shown again Fatima's side, but I know there's a lot of social proof that's happening here, not just from the testimonials of the client, but also from the type of people that are on her platform, which borrows credibility. And here, I don't think I'm seeing any testimonials.
No, not yet on here. Yeah,
not yet.
You don't have any on here.
Yeah, so for now, there's like, I can't see any other person that's validating the method. And I know social proof is such a big trigger of influence. And of course, for those who don't know, I'm more of a sales and marketing person. So that's why when I look at this, I'm always looking at it from a sales perspective. But here it's very clear. I see the pictures, I see a lot of them. And so I'm like, okay, this exists. And the statistics that were put on the first page, I think really help to give you a clear image that's easy to understand, saying like, okay, this is not somebody just starting. They've got stuff going on.
And so Fatima, here's what I would say for you. The fastest way to double your business is not trying to figure out how to get double the customers from where you're at right now. Is to say, well, who could I partner with right now that's doing something amazing around the world where I'm no longer a consultant, but I'm like the representative or the consultant of something happening around the world. You heard Esmeralda do this with us, where she's now leading what we're doing within Latin America, right? You could for sure do the same, or if just even at a city level, Gaborone, to be doing that with us right now. Or you could be someone like Bea and saying, I love what you're doing. Like, how about I be your representative? And then you can take all the testimonials, because they're all part of Jiffy. And if you now become the person who is now the representative for the Global Institute for Evolving Women in Botswana, or even just in like the whole southern tip of Africa, then that means that basically you then actually have all of these stories and all these mentors already at your fingertips as well. Is that powerful? Or if you go, oh, you know what? I'm actually going to I want to have 125% increase in all of my customers because they're more interested in that right now. Well, then connect with Grow CFO Co and do that. Now, by the way, that's just an example, right? I'm just showing two very quickly, but we have got thousands that are potentially the right connection. The most valuable thing is Fatima books a call with us, and then we can then guide her directly by having a two-way conversation and asking, okay, well, what is your customer base and what would they be most interested in? Okay, then you need to connect with such and such. They're looking to get into Africa right now. For many of you, like Africa is one, and as like South America, is the two fastest growing continents. So doing that is like really, really key. Let's take another example, right? Because I think this is like where people can really get the context of this. I said I'd take somebody that might have, already posted in here, the idea of a vision or a concept, right? So we have different people here who've actually put visions in here at the moment. Let's actually link a couple more in here as well. And then what I'll do is I'll just take like an example, right, of one of these, right? Oh, it's great. People are chatting with Fatima here already, which is very, very good. Let's take an example, the one we saw earlier, right, where someone from Japan was already booking up and being part of what we're doing. In fact, there was a number who was saying they were wanting to do something. Kyoko, right? So let's go to Kyoko. And we have Kyoko here, where we can see Kyoko. She's in Japan. She's CEO at Happy Rich. What a great name here. It looks like at the moment she has been going out posting family photos. And oh my, you're already doing Christmas stuff here. Oh no, that was from last Christmas, I think. Oh no, it's not. That was this Christmas, right? Japan loves to celebrate these things. So this is great. We're seeing more about your team, what you're doing, but we're also seeing conversations you're having. This one here, you can see here's Kyoko that she's waving to us, and she's got discussion with Yoko Abayashi, turn inspiration into money. So she's already doing these different elements of her, where she's actually mentoring people on some of the same things we're talking about right now as well. And if we actually go and say, well, Happy Rich, that sounds interesting, we can see there's a LinkedIn profile here, right? And you can see this links already to Happy Rich, right? And we can actually then go and see, well, what is she actually doing with her group? She's got a Facebook group here. She's got 488 members in the group, right? And she's already basically like looking to grow this as a business. If we had to say, well, what are the smartest ways that you could actually be able to evolve a business like this to be able to link into the things we talked about in terms of AI, metaverse, all those different elements? I'd love to ask for you, Jason, let's imagine that you were looking to connect, and maybe you are actually like connecting in with potential partners or people in Japan. And let's imagine that you heard of someone running a company called Happy Rich. You knew they were part of the community. And for you, you were interested in knowing like, what is it that they might be able to deliver a value to you in terms of their community, but also what you might be able to deliver a value to them in Japan. What would be the top of mind things you'd be thinking about when it came to partnerships in a situation like this?
Well, already, given that I'm an upcoming author, my book's coming out in February, and it's called Selling with Love. And so if I'd want to get into an audience in Japan of people that want to learn how to sell with love, it resonates so well with Happy Rich, because Happy Rich typically means that you're probably making business and doing it from a place of love. And so if I'd connect with her, it'd be someone that could possibly help me reach into the Japanese market, maybe translate the product that I have and be able to increase the value per customer by having a new product available to sell.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so it's like looking both ways to see what's the best ways you can connect, and then be thinking about that in terms of how you evolve and how you grow, right? And here's the thing: when you're in that space where you're kind of thinking, well, what's the way I can start partnering with others, or the ways that I can kind of link with others and what they do as well. It comes down to saying, well, to what extent am I thinking globally in what I'm doing? I mean, you definitely want to keep focusing at your Japanese community, but to what extent are you then thinking about how you link with the rest of the world as well? So the way I would be thinking about someone like, Kyoko, when she gets the call with us, what I'll be sharing and the team will be looking at is what are the ways you can then link in with the whole community that actually already is happening globally in what we're doing. We have Tamami, who basically runs all of our programs in Japan. She's got already a huge network, and she's actually opening a Genius Central in Tokyo together in partnership with the head of BNI. So they've already got the whole network there. But like a great role model, because this is all about how do you link to role models already thinking, that has already started thinking 5.0, is this person here, a good friend of mine, and his name, let me just get a link to him. I think I've got it on the other one, so let me just open it here. His name is Ken Honda, and I'm sure you probably, Kyoko, heard of Ken Honda, because he has now just created the most incredible number of books out there. And he actually ended up joining the Transformational Leadership Council as well. And he's always constantly coming up with books, but you can see here, he's already got a simple, easy way for you to actually get the free guide. This is all part of what we talk about when we talk about a Genius Formula. What's the way you're actually going from something that's free and then evolving that to every step along the way, which allows you to take your community with you. He's been in all these different areas where Linda Taggart is a perfect example. He's got a company called Happy Money, which is perfect for Happy Rich. And Linda Taggart is also part of the Transformation Leadership Council. So she's already giving these kind of testimonials. So again, what's missing at the moment from your documentation is like how, and Marcy Shimoff, another example. Okay, they're all from TLC. Listen, Nichols, I was with her recently. So, all right, so these guys are all from that group right there. He's got the upcoming live course. Like, how do you actually get involved with the things that he's actually doing? And then also he's then got like, Happy Money Mentor in the things that he's doing, where you can then learn more about beginning that journey. And this book became a best-selling author. He actually designed this book specifically for the global market. So he can start linking with people all around the world. And then from there, he can then actually really build his whole community off the back of that too. What I just love about the way that Ken has designed everything is he's used the fact that he's from Japan to actually then create that whole idea that people around the world who know Japan for that value is bringing that in, the Japanese art of making peace with your money. So he really gets that, whereas before he was making a community in Japan, he's now building a community using the fact that he was from Japan as one of the biggest unique parts. He has this whole thing here where he talks about the Zen millionaire, and he's using all the concepts we talk about, like flow, right? And he loves wealth dynamics, right? He's used that and shared that with many people off the back of that as well. And here he has all the kind of video testimonials that he actually created as guides off the back of it too. So I would just, like this whole aspect of basically like the fact that each of us have got something unique about where we live right now, how we can bring that into our global community, and how thinking local but acting global becomes like one of the most important things to actually like be able to link what's going on in your local area with what's going on globally, and then be able to link that to all the different technologies and things out there, because now you link globally. Like this is one of the most important ways to be thinking about what you're doing. I want to add one extra thing to this, because this is where I know, Jason, you've had a lot of experience at this, but whenever we are working with anyone in particular, I'll give you an example, like Health Dynamics, which is, another example of where we have got a great company, which is now redesigning its formula on how it's doing things. Everything you just saw there, where Ken goes, okay, here's an easy way to do something for free. Here's an easy way to just come in and do basically like an experience with me. What we do is we design out each one of those different elements into our Genius Formula, where we'll say, okay, what's the simple, easy way for someone to get some self-awareness about themselves? Then we use things like assessments. What's a simple way for them to get an introduction, which only costs a couple of $100 in something like a boot camp? What's a simple way to actually have something at more like $1,000 or like 3 times the value, which is more like a 28-day program of some sort, or into an ongoing membership that people can be a part of? We've seen this evolve and grow over the last 10 years, 20 years over internet marketing. We've seen the whole idea of just, information not being good enough on its own, because people just can get information for free, but where community or live experiences become more and more important. And you've seen that as well in terms of how many people will show up for something live compared to people that are just going to come to something pre-recorded. Do you want to just talk to this for a moment of what you've seen evolve the most as we're moving into this whole 5.0 community of people and the way they have changed what they're willing to pay money for, or what they no longer want to be paying money for?
Yeah, well, it was interesting because in the online education space, and I've worked for a long time for a company called Mind Valley, which was a personal growth education company. We started with just having courses that you would just put all the content, and oftentimes these would just be audio programs. I remember back in 2013, it could just be an audio consumption experience that solves a specific problem, and you could sell it at a certain price point. But there was something interesting that happened, and this was across the industry, is the average amount of people that actually would go and learn and apply what they would learn from an online course or have success with it was 8%. And so I've noticed the whole industry that we were a part of, and as a company, we realized that that's an unacceptable thing if we're focused on impact. And so the learning models have changed, more handholding, more micro degrees, which I know is a beautiful term used as Genius U, but not just about dumping content. People want to be guided, want to be held by the hand. And now what we're seeing as the latest innovation is having more touch points. So being able to have coaching, accountability, having someone that you can correspond with, and not just being, the micro content was kind of the next wave that I saw happen in the late 2015s to 2020. Now it's all about how do you have a coach that you work with that shares the knowledge. And I think that's a big wave that's happening. And I'm seeing people doing either one-on-one coaching, group mastermind coaching. And I think this is where you can sell a much higher price point. And what I love the most about that is you can actually charge a high price point, which means you actually have decent profit margins to reach more people that are valuing the solution you bring. And then you could even call it as a passion project, is you can make a lot more of your content accessible for free. So for a lot of the people that might not be in a financial situation to afford what you provide as value, you can support them because these become your content engines, and these people that can't afford it become your raving fans and advocates that push your message forward. So I think it's evolving in a beautiful place.
Absolutely right. Yeah. And just what you're saying about that whole kind of like community live experience, and the fact that people, they don't want to pay for the content, they want to pay for the experience, right? Like, so how do you really make sure that you're actually able to provide the high touch as well as the high tech? That's what we mean by 5.0. I love this. Kyoko has already mentioned, like, I love Ken Honda. In fact, quite a few people love Ken Honda here, which is great. So Net also, Joyce also. But
I have a funny story, actually, Roger. I find it so funny you picked Ken Honda because I'm the one who connected him to Mindvalley to publish his Happy Money book. And I was the first one to get a copy of it outside Japan. And so even for our friend Kyoto, if they want to be connected to Ken Honda, I'm very close.
That is so cool. That is so awesome. That's very, very, very cool. And it's so funny because Vishen actually, when he first came out to the TLC, he came out there and he's like, and that was before he'd actually joined it. And that was the same time when Ken, I think that was the first time they physically met as well, because Ken was also there, and Ken's daughter was like hanging out with my daughter. And it's such a small world at the top. And I think that's what is really important for everyone to really get. If you're willing to go to the top, it is a small world and everyone's very welcoming of you as well. It's like there's only a small number at the top of Everest, right? But those who are willing to make the journey, it's pretty incredible just who you end up then connecting to, and how much easier it is to start from the top than it is basically to have to work your way up. And if you're worried about but there's a long climb, it's like, no, it's not. You can always parachute in. Like Jason just mentioned that. It's like, hey, we can connect you up, provided you got the story and you're moving in a direction which is going to work. Kyoko has also said this, right? Thank you for picking me. I just created a Facebook group last year and it has 3,000 members and started multiple groups. Love to connect with people who can contribute and help Japanese women to grow in their business and financially. So this is really awesome, because just with that extra little element, and obviously you heard Kyoko is already booking her course, so we're going to be having a chance to speak with her. That immediately makes me go, you give me more detail, I can give you more context, right? Like if that's the case and you're really looking at more of the women's side, obviously someone like Bea would be awesome to connect with. But at the same time, this person here, right? This is Jacqueline Rogers. She runs the Athena Network. She's also part of our community. She's grown the Athena Network through our community as well. It's a #1 referral network for women right now. She actually runs it as like franchises. So you can actually see that she's got all these different members around the world. She's got different groups. You can see, like, if we go to all UK groups, she's got groups that, that one's not working there. She's got these different groups that are actually then working in different areas, where when you actually link on a particular group, you'll see that they themselves have got their own meetings. They've got the contact details. And she's actually growing this all around the world, which means she could be growing this in Japan, right? That you're always doing value to someone else, right? By actually understanding that your value is their leverage and their value is your leverage. And then of course it means that you then don't have to try and figure out what's working. Just work with the people that have got the things that are working, and life gets so much easier. But this is not about you creating, it's about you connecting, right? Realizing that our job as entrepreneurs is to connect the dots. It's not necessarily have to come up with something new, because there's so much that's already been created and it's just waiting for us to make those connections as well. So again, this is just another example. There are many more, but that's what I'd like to do in the last couple of minutes we have here. First of all, say to everyone, for the sessions we had today, we're only just getting started, right? We're just going through the first day to warm you up for tomorrow, when we have the big waves that are going to be coming. So make sure you come back for tomorrow. For those of you who are booking the course with us, do make sure that you're actually linking them all to basically like click on the join now and come on board to do that as well. But like for the last couple of minutes here, oh, and do make sure you post whatever's biggest learning, right? Like I know many of you have been posting here, which is awesome. We're about to give away the final prize for today as well. And so I'm going to hand it back over to you, Jason, so we can actually basically announce who is going to be the next prize winner, and also just tell people what the next step should be at this point as we get to the end of today.
Perfect. Well, Roger, thank you so much for everything. I admire your stamina, your energy to keep this going for 4 hours. This has been an incredible time. We shared so much information. We learned so much as well. And now there's actually a clear path. So if any of this for you has been overwhelming, exciting, whatever emotion that you still have, the best thing to do is to actually go ahead and book that fast track call. You've seen that you can join right now. You can actually get started. It's at $240 and there's a few spots left. So you can book that calendar session right away. And actually, I think I made a mistake. It's $270. And so for that, you can book your early spot right now. And of course, if there's a chance that you win, that is going to be refunded to you. But as far as the winner, I was looking at some of the people that were interacting. I was talking with the team. And given that we went so deep into the mentoring, we are going to be picking Fatima herself to get her fast track because her question was so excellent. And I thought that it brought so much rich conversation within the community. So we've asked for Fatima to be the second winner today to get her fast track call. This will be powerful and we're excited for her to get a chance to interact there. If you are sitting here and you want to get a chance to do your fast track session, make sure you go to the join now button. Roger's just demonstrating this right now. You can, we're going to send some congratulations. Make sure everybody gets a chance to send her some love, but click on the join now. You'll be able to set it up, get your VIP fast track set up for today. And that being said, it is a wrap up for what we've had today. We've covered the 5 waves around the great reignition, the metaverse, crypto cities, superhuman AI, as well as the education revolution. I feel like there's going to be a chance for you to go through a replay of this if necessary, but tomorrow we got more waves coming in. We're going to be starting at the same time, which is 8 a.m. for UK time, 4 p.m. here at Singapore time, and wherever it is for you, we're starting at the same time as we did today. We have another 4-hour block happening and so much more content to go through. Can you give us a bit of a, I don't know, is it a tease, a preview? What should we be ready for? And is there anything we can do to prepare?
All I can say is a tease is that today blew you away in terms of what's coming and how quickly it's coming. What I'm going to share tomorrow is going to be 10 times that, right? Like, because like if I started with tomorrow's ones today, you'd be like, that cannot be actually what's really happening out there. So that's enough, I think, to entice you to come back tomorrow. And one final thing I'll just say as well is like if you just take that 30 minutes today and you basically, just like go get a cup of coffee or tea if you want first and then do it. But if you do it while you're hot at the moment, think about these things and you do your future vision, right? And if you booked a call with us, use that future vision as your intro to the call, right? Like say, okay, here's my future vision. This is what it is. And just see the magic unfold when our team, who all of them, like you met Michelle, right? Michelle is on course. We've got basically the whole team, people like Danny, you might've met before, he's on the course. We've got Yvette, these are all of our top people who are actually going to be making the calls with you to actually then say, well, if that's where you want to go, well, then here's the person you need to speak to. Well, here's the thing you need to do next, right? So you are not leaving things to chance because as you can see today, every one of us is on a different pathway. Every one of us needs a personalized journey, right? So it's really, really important to know you're getting guided, not just getting information. We're already living in a world of too much information. And if at this point, it feels like I've just given you more information, it's because you don't yet have enough direction, right? So let's get every one of you onto the right steps going forward as well. Get the future vision done, get your call booked up, and really looking forward to speaking with you. All right, so Jason, I'm going to say a kind of like a goodbye to everyone. Post your biggest learning in there, and I'll leave the final words to you.
All right. Well, thanks you once again, Roger, for bringing the energy, bringing the information, and bringing this community together. If you've had a great time today, of course, share your excitement. This was day 1. I had a great time. I had a ton of learning. And tomorrow we're going to get started with some more. So thank you for taking your time. We will see you tomorrow for another exciting day for the Global Entrepreneur Summit. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world.
Bye, guys.